have a broad impact on other things, such infection, including the illegal cigarettes caused by the decline in this level of sales volume. In 2012, then the optimal increase in cigarette excess is around 10% until 12%, and previous price increase was below. No, thanks. And imagine, ladies and gentlemen, impact of cigarette smoke on people who frequently inhale cigarette smoke are more at risk for the following heart disease. Imagine how dangerous about smoking if government wants to increase the cigarette tax just to be income, just to be
please.
Revenue. Not only children who because passive smokers. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, how dangerous about smoking if government wants to increasing the cigarette tax just to be income, just to be get income or revenue. In addition, cigarette smoke contain about 7,000 harmful criminal such as carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and benzene. If exposed to continue export, cigarette smoke can cause damage to cell and tissues of the body and cause health problem for anyone who inhales. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this. The important thing in this world is healthy, not just the types of revenue. Taxes are calculated on a perfect basis is that cigarette, the tax revenue can only grow when the tax rate is great or when cigarette consumption rise. Because of that, so the government should not to increase in the tax of cigarette. And the government team should not show how much the government should increasing cigarette tax, because they just talking about the tax, not the number of the tax. Because of that, we strongly believe and strongly agree that government should not increasing the cigarette tax. Thank you.
Because they can pay for their disease. That's the point of increasing the tax. So those who can afford it is only those rich who can also pay for the health care. And the second point of the opposition side of the house, ladies and gentlemen, which is, I repeat, contradictory to the first point of them, is it wouldn't reduce the consumption of cigarettes because it doesn't how the addiction stop works. But here we think it is a wise choice to increase the tax because it could help to stop the disease, even though it's not gonna only happen it cannot just happen like that, but it will help and slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I would like to say about the point that delivered by the opposition side of the house, it seems like they care so much about the workers, but I can show the data that they don't really care, ladies and gentlemen, because they said that they care about those workers who would lost their job, but they didn't show the data that actually the industry of cigarettes, the tobacco farmer loses due to unpredictable weather and industrial monopoly. More than 35% of tobacco farmers currently feel is more than 35%, ladies and gentlemen. And tobacco farmers currently feel their monthly income is not sufficient to meet basic needs. Tobacco farmer would change. Those tobacco farmers who change plants could gain like average 3 times higher than when they were planting tobacco, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we say, why would we even keep this under industry that we know the workers, it is not even well-being, that it's not bring them wealth, just like the data that I showed before. Uh, and we bring this data from Muhammadiyah Tobacco Control Center, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So we believe that this is a valid data. And then again, the third point of the first speaker from the opposition side of the House, the disease would still exist, which I already rebut, which we believe it's so rebutable, because as we said that smoking is one of the risk factor of so many disease. That's why by increasing the tax, those diseases should be decreased by the prevalence. And then the fourth point, ladies and gentlemen, which seems like the opposition side of the House only think about the short term, is that cigarettes also have beneficial, because it could make people relaxation. But little did the opposition side of the House knows, ladies and gentlemen, study has already proved that cigarettes consumption is also one of the risk factor of depression and many other mental disease, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to get relaxed and getting your cigarettes, then it actually useless, because it will bring another mental health problem which is bigger, and in the and to pay for its treatment, it would be even more unaffordable. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say, and we believe that the opposition side of the House doesn't bring any data from the beginning of their speech until now, the end of the day. That's why we believe all of the arguments is quite imaginary, and that's all what I have to say. Thank you. That's why we still believe that we have to increase the cigarettes tax.
The third speaker of government span 6 minutes 51 seconds. I call the third speaker of opposition, Mr. Marvel. Time is yours.
Halo, apakah suaranya jelas?
Yes.
Okay. I will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Honorable adjudicators, affirmative team, member of the House, which side is able to provide better economical aspect in Indonesia? Of course, team opposition. And which side is better to cater to public health better? Of course, team opposition, right? I'm going to answer 2 themes of class in my speech. The first one regarding economical aspect that's being catered and brought by affirmative team. And also second, I'm going to engage to aspect of healthcare, about like how this will actually like make the healthcare system under government or affirmative team in this case is much more worse, right? Jumping to my first theme of class, then I'm going to answer in my speech about economical aspect, right? What do we hear from side government or side affirmative, right? They're saying that increasing development, increasing tax like cigarette is going to make development countries quality income better, right? We believe it's not effective. Several reasons. The first reason to this, government are already pushing and encouraging people in right now to keep paying tax, right? Just to look in regular tax and status quo. People are so lazy and mostly tired of keep paying tax that most of the time not really manifested in a good way, right? Yes, people do pay tax, but just to look infrastructure such as public road, public bus station, it's not effective anyways, right? That is why when you go to bus station in Sudiang, or we have Daya in Makassar, for example, some roads that, for example, is 16 in remote area in Kalimantan village, it's still bad because the money allocation, taxation flow of economical holding by the government is still bad anyways. That is why under our side, the moment we are focusing and trying to fix the bureaucratical and systemic problem that existing in government, we can cater to development better, right? If they want to say smoke and cigarette tax can fix this, it's just going to make the transition of economy worse and bad for 2 reasons. The first reason is that losses of worker in income because of the increasement of tax, right? Understand the team opposition in this debate, really understand how economic works, educator. The moment you're increasing tax, there are also increasement in production costs in factory, right? People who work in the field, the labor in that work to extract the tobacco, and an expense of increasing the production costs, there's going to be amount of cutting and firing some worker, right? exactly because this is going to make the transition of economy worsen. But what do we hear from second speaker in affirmative team? She said that they just can work in, for example, like mining and other spectrum of field. Adjudicator, please note that most people that work in tobacco field have no experience to work in other field, right? So it's not easy for people to seek other job. When you are encouraging people who are fired in tobacco field to, for example, seek other job in other spectrum, you're going to worsen the condition of their family. For example, poor family member of these people, because the worker isn't going to have job in some months, right? But second reason to this, there's going to be likelihood of the amount of tax is going to be corrupted by government that use it, right? Corruption is going to happen. Just compare government in current status quo. When they have regular tax right now, government are already corrupting it. This is to show you small amount of contribution in form of tax, as what they say coming in the form of cigarette. It's going to be easily swayed by government natural narrative saying that it's just smoking tax. This money is small amount, right? Therefore, it's totally okay for me to corrupt it. The likelihood for government to corrupt this amount of money is there, right? So when you are successfully allocate the money to the taxation, the amount of corruption is not going to give contribution much to the country as what they claim. Next thing, also we hear from affirmative team, they're saying that we're just gonna make cigarette company to stop prolonging business. Well, the fact in the field of our society right now is the company never pushes and encouraging people to smoke, right? So the moment you're successfully increase the tax, yes, the company probably will comply and accept to that. But what about the people in the field, right? Therefore, all of the data that they provide in this debate does not have any correlation if they want to apply it in Indonesia. Just because Indonesia government has a basic behavior of corrupting the income, and plus the people in current status quo are not that genuine in contributing to the paying taxation. In order for the argument to fly, they have to explain to us how the cigarette company in Indonesia works, the behavior of government system that existing, how the behavior of people who are addicted to it is not that easy. And also, second data we hear from them, affirmative team, saying that there will be changing in weather that normalize the unemployment. This is very unfair, adjudicator, right? Therefore, you should not buy it. Exactly because unemployment is already being caused by changing of weather. 7 million-ish of people in Indonesia are already being unemployed. Issue like this is that you're going to get worse under their sort of under affirmative team, right? Exactly because there will be no resolvement to unemployment, right? But last thing about the economy that I really want to highlight under ourselves the house, the problem of passive smoking excess, we don't think that it harms a lot of people in the same scale as unemployment does. Therefore, if you vote for their team, you're going to make unemployment worse under the economical spectrum. But second class of team that we're going to answer is about healthcare system, right? Most of people are already addicted to nicotine provided by the smoke before the tax is increased. So under government world, under affirmative team, when they're increasing the tax, no, thank you. There will be still likelihood of people become addictive anyways. The addiction is too hard to tackle. That it needs serious therapy and physical treatment in hospital for people here from cigarette. Increasing taxes, what they say, is not that easy, right? But what's going to happen under their side is people are going to run into dozens of dangerous alternatives like illegal vape that do not have public license or to produce, right? Do not have like legal production. This kind of liquor vape that oftentimes label themselves as much more healthy, this actually gives some effect as regular cigarette. The catastrophic issue that they brought is going to happen in their side anyways, right? Exactly because people are going to run into those kind of danger alternative, right? In order for you to heal addiction, like your father or your uncle who smoke 2 packs per day, you need medical therapy in hospital and serious treatment, right? Therefore, adjudicator should not buy the argument. But what do we hear from third speaker? They said that from affirmative team, the smoke is more pricey right now, so people are not going to buy it. Yes, this is true, right? But what you're gonna get when people see the smoke are much more high price? It's already 6 minutes. Have a very high. People are going to run into much more illegal smoke and drug, for example. This will result to people that that you are making to not to smoke or running to hospital, or you're going to fill DN and a rehabilitation center to people who cannot consume cigarette, right? Because the drug alternative is still there, meaning that more healthcare and worker is going to be much more drained under your house to fulfill and cater the necessity of these people. Therefore, under these two main class, if you actually want economical spectrum better and second healthcare system better, vote for team opposition. Thank you.
You
Recording
agree
in
with
progress.
what we say.
about this argument?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
You say that the increase in taxes is not because of cigarettes alone. Can you give another example? Ultimately, you agree with what we say.
I never mentioned that before. I mentioned that the government should not raising the cigarette tax because, okay, the government team just didn't pay attention to what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now I just want to. No, you can't. Just first, just one. Okay, we should not believe to the government because, ladies and gentlemen, they cannot pay attention to this motion. They just pay attention to their data that they got that about government definition about government, and then they just also give us the data. They give us data, but the data didn't relate it to this motion, ladies and gentlemen. They give us data about the death of the smoking, ladies and gentlemen, while they also cannot prove us by they raising the cigarette tax. They cannot prove that the people they can save people from the death of because of the smoking cases, right? And they cannot prove that. They also mentioned that by raising the tax we can save the health of teenager. How can they prove that? They didn't give us related data according to that argument, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we cannot believe to the government, ladies and gentlemen. This motion should not stand. Raising the cigarette tax is not a solution, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, the third speaker of opposition team spent time 6 minutes.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry.
Okay, pardon. Okay, I'll repeat again. The third speaker of opposition team spent time 6 minutes 39 seconds. Sorry, 38 seconds. And for the next, I call the replay speaker of opposition team to deliver their conclusion, and time is yours.
Okay, is it audible?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I, as the reply speaker from the opposite team, absolutely do not agree with the motion today that the government should increase in cigarette tax. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, run for this debate. Okay, the first speaker from the affirmative team doesn't give a clearly number for the increasing tax, cigarette tax, and how much the number is. Like, they don't tell, like, if maybe 10% or how many percent that will decreasing the usage of the smokers. And then the number two is, they do not respond to our POI and our interruption, that they don't clearly they don't even clearly answer what our point is. And the third is, they do not giving a full definition of the motion, like they don't even giving example, the definition of the increasing and the cigarette tax. And the fourth is, they don't listen any attention about what our second speaker is saying and proving the data. And then, okay, and the number four is, it is a regressive tax. We cannot clearly tell how much the prices is stated. And then it will bring in tax evasion and the cigarette. It will bring the tax evasion for the cigarettes, like they can manipulate the data because of that increasing tax on the cigarettes. And then And then next is the farmers for the tobacco is will having a decreasing on their profit or income because of the interest of the cigarette tax. And then for the company that produce or producing this cigarette will, of course, they will having a decreasing in their production and will giving their decreasing on profit or the income. And then because of that, we from the opposite team absolutely do not agree with the motion that the government should increasing cigarette tax. And that's all that I can say. Thank you.
Okay, that's all from the reply speaker of opposition team. He is spent time 2 minutes 26 seconds. For the next and the last, I call the reply speaker of government team to deliver their conclusion, and times is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me run off this debate. For the first speaker from opposite team, that you said about state income will decrease if government should increasing the cigarette tax, but it not only compare with death rate. The Ministry of Health said that a average of 88 out of 100 people in Indonesia died from smoking in 2020. The special region of Yogyakarta is one of the area with the highest prevalence, according to the Director Prevalence and Control of Non-Communicable Disease of the Ministry of Health. Chut Putri Aryani, the data is based on the result of study by the Institute for Health, Metric and Evaluation of University of Washington, United States. This is data in 2020. There are 88 out of 100 people who died from smoking. In comparison, the death rate is quite high due to smoking, and if this link again, there is history of smoking in it. In his presentation, there are 10 provinces that have mortality rate with high risk higher than the national one, including the special region of Yogyakarta, North Sulawesi, and East Java. The mortality rate with risk factor in Yogyakarta is 128 out of 100,000 people, are the highest in Indonesia. In second place, North Sulawesi death rate raised 190 people per 100,000 people, followed by East Java with 100,000 people. In the National Medium-Term Development Plan of Bappenas for 5 years, the smoking prevalence is targeted to decrease by 5.4%. Nothing has decreased, and if there's no intervention, that estimation of Bappenas will continue to rise in 2030 to reach 60%. This is a threat to our generation who will face a depression bonus. The number of premature deaths due to smoking in the world was recorded almost 5.4 million if awareness about the danger of smoking does not grow. It is predicted that in 2050, in 10 million smokers will die. It's not surprising that every year, one commercial network, it's not surprising that every year on the commercial of World No Tobacco Day, the focus is always on impact of tobacco on increasing heart and blood facial disease. Chairman of the Indonesian Association Cardiovascular Specialists is Fokusono expressed his support for the implementation of Holistic National Policy on Tobacco Control. This includes the application of science that can improve on the community, the school environment, and in a number of public facilities. Based on a study in South Africa, France proved that the policy of increasing the price of cigarette has a positive impact on reduce a mortality rate of smoker. Once again, we are from government team strongly agree about this motion that government should increasing the fake tax cigarettes. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the conclusion of the reply speaker in the government team. She is spent time 3 minutes 52 seconds. And that was the end of this debate, of this round. And please give applause of all debaters in this room. And I would like to inform to all the adjudicators to move to the discussion room to discuss and make up their decision in this run or in this session, please. Thank you.
To all the adjudicators, please go to the discussion room 2 and to make their decision. So I repeat again to all debaters to just stay in this room, and to all adjudicators, please go to the discussion room 2 to have a discussion and make their decision. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Okay. I inform again. I would like to inform again to all the adjudicators in this room, to Mr. Yusran, Mr. Imam, and Mrs. Marini to move to the discussion room to discuss and make up their decision in this session. Thank you very much.
to Mrs. Aulia Rahmaudina and Mr. Julius Brian. Please to open the camera. Okay, thank you. And now I give the opportunity for adjudicator to deliver her verbal adjudication. So to Mrs. Narti, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the chairperson. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. We get the great debate again for today. So it's a really tight for the judging sessions in our discussion room. Yeah, and we get another perspective again from your debate about these motions, and we hope that you will have more deep thinking about some conditions and give another solution. So by this debate, both of them are giving their arguments, and uh, we we really appreciate about that, and we need all of you again more about giving a solutions. Not only discuss about this will be a bigger problem for us, but how we solve this problem. Yeah, and
Recording in progress.
and after the judging sessions, we proudly give the scoring for both of teams, and for the winner of this round and the quarterfinals is belong to I will give the score first. Yeah, the score is 80.81 and 87.14, and the winner with the 87.14 is belong to. Congratulations for Team 3 from Unpad. You goes to the next round of this debate competition. Congratulations and keep your rising track. And for the other team, are doing great too, and learn and try more, exercise more. You will get better and better in the future. Okay, thank you for this time, and I give the chance to chairperson to the.
So the winner of this debate is a team 3 as a opposition side. So I would like to say congratulations to the winner and thank you for all debaters that have been joined in this competition. So again, congratulations. And I will say too, thank you to all the adjudicators in this competition, and to all the participants. You can go to the room 3. I'm sorry, it's a stay room. You can go to the stay room to waiting the next round. And again, we say thank you to all of you guys. It was a great debate. Please, to the participant, you can go to the stay room.
Okay, welcome again to all adjudicators in this room. For the first, I will let to adjudicators to deliver their comment and deliver the verbal adjudication. For adjudicators, times is yours.
Halo, bagus Mede, Ana,
Ya,
Atifah, bagus, kedengaran je?
iya Pak, kedengaran.
Alright, okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to meet you all today. Honorable organizing committee, honorable chairpersons and timekeeper, honorable participants of the two groups, government team and also oppositions team. After discussing with the groups of the educators, we finally reached a conclusions and we will announce the results of the discussions with the adjudicators. Let me tell you what happens during the debate. The three adjudicators observe that the discussions and the debate today is not running very good, actually. The two groups do not have a very high attack from one group to another group. That is what happens in this session. So actually what we like to see is one group will present one motions, and this group, the opposition team, will debate on that motion also and prove with data and also evidence that your motions is better than the government sides, but that's not happen actually. So that also happens with the second government side and also opposition side. So they just go with their motion. And I would like to emphasize also that during the reply speech, you don't have to mention again a new case. So you don't have to mention the case of opposition team. You just make a conclusions of your motions that say to the adjudicators like this. For example, like this. My motion, the motions today is the government should increase the tax of the cigarette. In that case, it's better for you to give arguments or systematically. Firstly, secondly, thirdly, and finally. So that's better. The judge will give you a good point if you do it systematically. First, read first the motions, and then after that, you mention the first thing, this is our argument. The second thing, this is our argument. The third thing, this is our argument. And the last thing as the conclusions, this is our arguments. So don't make any case again, because I see that most of the times the participants repeat what's the argument of the oppositions or the government thing in the reply. So it's not like that. Reply is actually what we call a conclusions of the motions, or conclusions of our matter, our material. So let me give you the curriculum vitae of the adjudicators. Mr. Imam is now a PhD doctoral degree in Australia from the scholarship of AUSAID. So he is a very good candidate of PhD in Australia, and he observed your the discussions during this debate. And also Miss Marini is a graduate from Queensland University, Australia. So she is good, really good in English, you know. And I myself from Amsterdam in Royal Tropical Institute. So we both of us from Europe. So three of us has a very good background in English. So we pass the TOEFL, we pass the IELTS. So most of the time we know the level. What you mentioned, sometimes the pronunciation is not really good. We know it well because we graduated from overseas. We graduated from abroad. So Mr. Imam and also Mr. Marini, the three adjudicators to Mr. Imam, for example, give opinion that the discussion is not running well. So, and also Marini also say the same statement. And Miss Marini gives the winner today is to the government side. And Mr. Imam also gives the winner is the government side. And I myself, as the head of the adjudicators, also agree that the government side is the winner of this debate for these sessions. Thank you. That's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so the winner from this session is the government side. Congratulations to the team one as the winner in this session. Give applause. Okay, because the winner has been announced, so to all the team in this room, team 1 and team 2, I'll let you to go to the stay room to stay in there because there will be other session in this room again. Thank you. For team 1 and team 2, please leave this room and go to the stay room because there will be another session in this room. Thank you. Okay, I will start the debate now. Before that, welcome to all adjudicators and all debaters in this room. And first of all, I will read the curriculum vitae of our adjudicators for today. The first adjudicators, there is Mr. Muhammad Yusran Amir, SKM MPH. The education background of him is S1 jurusan AKK, FKM Universitas Hasanuddin, S2 International Health Royal Tropical Institute Amsterdam, and he is now as a lecturer of Health Administration and Police Department of Public Health Universitas Hasanuddin. Is Mr. Yusran Amir, are you in this room? Mr. Yusran, can you say hello to us? Okay, for Mr. Yusran, can you say hello to us?
Hi, it's very nice to meet you all. Hi. Yeah.
Hello,
Ready?
Mr. I will next to read the curriculum vitae of the other adjudicators. And the second adjudicators for today is Mr. Andi Imam Arundana, SGZ MPH. His education background is S1 Nutrition Department of Public Health Universitas Hasanuddin, S2 Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Gadjah Mada, and he is now as a lecturer of Department Nutrition Department of Public Health Universitas Hasanuddin. And for Mr. Imam, are you in this room? Can you say hi to us?
Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Morning, Mr.
Good morning, Mr. Imam.
Good morning, Mr. Imam. So I will next to the third adjudicators for today is Mrs. Marini Amalia Mansur, SGZ MPH. Her education background is S1 Ilmu Gizi Universitas Hasanuddin dan S2 Public Health Nutrition the University of Queensland, and she is now as a lecturer at Public Health Faculty of Universitas Hasanuddin. For Mrs. Marini, are you in this room? For Mrs. Marini.
Hi everyone. Good.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Okay, now that's all the our adjudicators for today. And before we start the session, I will raffle the team to choose which one is the government side or the opposition side, and the winner will have advantage to choose what side they want to have. Okay. Okay, let's we spin to decide what team is the winner. Okay, as you see in your each
must limit the number of children in the household to restrain the population growth rate. And we will give of each side 10 minutes to prepare your case. And it starts from now. As the times go on,
opposition side. And for the next, we offer 15 motion, and I'll give chance to the team 6 again to choose what number they want from 1 to 15 in the PPT to pick the motion. Okay, for team 6, what number do you want?
We choose number 7.
I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. I would like to say sorry to all the team because there are mistakes uh, in the number of the motion. So for motion number 6 is not allowed again because yesterday we have to use it. Okay. So for team 6, you can choose the other number is allowed in the PPT. Okay, for team 6, you can choose the other number is allowed in the PPT.
Okay, thank you. We choose number 12.
12. Okay, the motion of number 12. The motion of number 12 is doctors should be allowed to change the sexual orientation of consenting subject. I will repeat again. The motion of number 12 is doctors should be allowed to change the sexual orientation of consenting subject. So that is our motion for today. And I'll give you for each team 10 minutes to prepare your case. Okay, you can prepare your case start from now.
It's already 10 minutes, so we will start debate now. Welcome to English debate competition. This Natalies FK Unhas 39th quarterfinals round session 2. Let me introduce myself. My name is Abel Yeskiel Smolang, will be served as a chairperson, and Rayhana Adifa Mukarama as a timekeeper in this room. Our motion today is the government must limit the number of children in the household to restrain the population growth rate. Today, teams will be competing in this room are Team 8 as a government side and Team 7 as an opposition side. The first speaker from government side is Ignacia Corina. The second speaker of government side is Nurul Inayah. The third speaker from government side is Preti Teresia. And the reply speaker from government side is Ignacia Corina. The first speaker from opposition side is Rahmat Hidayat. The second speaker of opposition side is Maria Adelaida. And the third speaker of opposition side is Gania Tri Alami. And the reply speaker of opposition side is Maria Adelaida. During this debate, please silence your mobile phone or any devices which will create disturbing sound. And the second, do not communicate with other audiences. And the third, do not get out of this room during the speaker deliver his or her speech. For duration of speech, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the first minute. It means the speaker have 6 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. The second, the timekeeper will reminding at the chat room once at the third minute. It means POI or interjection is allowed. The third, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the fifth minute. It means POI or interjection is not allowed. The speaker have 2 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. The fourth, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room twice at the 6 minute 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes. It means the speaker should finish his or her speech soon. For the speaker who wants to give POI or interjection, please unmute yourself and say POI directly. POI is allowed in the third minute until 5th minute with maximum time 15 seconds. The speaker, POI is allowed in the third minute until 6th minute with maximum time 15 seconds. The speaker can receive or not receive the first and the second POI. But a third POI must be received by the speaker. And the next POI can be submitted after 30 seconds of previous POI. So I will repeat, the POI is allowed in the third minute until 5th minute with maximum time 15 seconds. And the speaker can receive or not receive the first and the second POI, but a third POI must be received by the speaker. And the next POI can be submitted after 30 seconds of previous POI. So, without further ado, I open this debate by call the speaker of the order. I call the first speaker of government, Ms. Ignacia Corina. Time is yours. Okay, so Mrs. Ignacia Corina.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We as the government side of the House would like to describe the definition of the motion politicum, which within a country or a community where it is administrated or regulated, or the system or group of people governing an organized community, generally within a country. Oh, well, the limit means the restriction on the size or amount of something permissible or possible level beyond which something does not may or not extend or past some level, ladies and gentlemen. And children defines as the young woman below the age of puberty or below the legal age of majority. And the keywords of this motion also, there's restraint, that means preventing someone or something from doing something, or to keep under control or within the limits. So the population growth rate is the increase of number of people in a population. And the global human population growth is the increase in the number of people at around 83 million annually, or 1.1% per year. So the global population has grown from 1 billion to 1,800 to 6.9 billion in 2020. So, in the status quo, Indonesia is the fourth most populated country in the world. Indonesia's population growth rate is quite worrying, reaching 1.49%, or 4 until 5 million people per year. If it's not controlled, it is estimated that Indonesian population will reach amount 1 billion in less than 100 years. So we as the government house of the House strongly agree with this motion because first, the uncontrollable population growth rate could lead to overpopulation. And what over, ladies and gentlemen, just population become larger than the carrying nation has a quite big potential and also big area in our country. But unfortunately, it's not balanced with the amount of the people in it. So we couldn't even like control and also regulated it better. And unhappiness and also unfairness for the citizen in the long term. And how this could happen? This situation could lead to poverty. For example, because of the job is limited and the people, there are a lot of people, and then the competition becomes higher and higher, so that when the job is quite competitive, the people itself, it will quite hard to get a job. And when they're hard to get a job, they become jobless. Jobless led to the poverty, and the poverty led to the unhappiness. They could not earn money. They could not eat. They could not educate their children. They could not. They fight and become everything become worse and worse if you become a poor person. So this could also lead to uneducated human resources in Indonesia, overpopulated, because when the overpopulation is happening, there will be gap between the rich and the poor, while the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that when a family is rich, their children will become rich too, of course. And when the family is poor, their family become poor. And when this overpopulation keep happening, the richer become the richer, keep being rich and the poor being poor, and the education, it's not balanced. They cannot go to school because they don't have enough money because of the poverty that has been explained before. And also there are a lot of when overpopulated, the people, because of the limited area, they cannot earn to have buy a house, and they're homeless. They're some parent even like tell their children to ask money in the street, or even like becoming workers as their with underage period of time. And this could lead to more in this that could like be problem to our country in the long term, because it could limit the talent and the human resources. We will become more and more uneducated person and poorer, and also unfairness in the country. The overpopulation also could lead to depression in the mental illness of people, and the criminal rate, of course, will become higher and higher, because when you, in the overpopulation, there are a lot of people, and a lot of these people cannot afford job, but they have to eat, they have to feed their family, so that they would do some like criminal act as the only way to survive. And this will increase the criminal rate in our country, in Indonesia. For example, they steal from other people, they kill other people to get their like materials and other and money, and this could be more unsafety. Well, our country, Indonesia, will become not become it not secure city. I think the more arguments will be delivered by our second and third speaker. That's all for my arguments. Thank you very much.
The first speaker of government spent 6 minutes 40 seconds.
Ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, so the doctor will explain it detail because they are expert in that field, ladies and gentlemen. So it is really good to the subject who want to change their sexual orientation, the consenting subject, to meet the doctors and get the guideline from the doctor. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a man and you think you like the other man too, but you want to change your sexual orientation, like, okay, I can like the girl like commonly man, so but you don't have any platform, you don't have any doctor who can change your sexual orientation, so you will lost nowhere, you will lost in your anxiety, in your stress, and you will live unhappy, ladies and gentlemen. So we know that unhappy people, unhappy person will lead to the stress, will lead to anxiety, and also we see that so a society stigma will let them down, ladies and gentlemen. So this is very dangerous for every people in their country, every people in their world. So that's why it is really important to implement this regulation that the doctor should be allowed to change the sexual orientation of consenting subject, ladies and gentlemen. And in a second, we will give them the mechanism that will be maybe explain more detail in my second speaker is about by therapy, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor will change the sexual orientation, not just in a one meeting that they are meet the doctor, but step by step, ladies and gentlemen. So this will not cause like a mental disease or something with this consenting subject, and also will fix the stigma of society by therapy, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, they got the not really heavy therapy by the doctors, and the doctor will more and more give the about the knowledge about sexual orientation and etc. So the subject will get more involved and then think twice about that, and it is really their decisions. The doctors in here is just changing the orientation by the consenting of the subject, ladies and gentlemen. So it is really okay. It is really don't have any problem with this. And then we are surely, it is a good regulation based on the data, ladies and gentlemen. We have a few of people in Indonesia, especially, that already done this change in a doctor that changed the sexual orientation. As example, I mentioned to you is Abi Respati is the one who is a man, and then they are have a sexual orientation to a man also, but then he met a doctor, and then the doctor changed their sexual orientation of consenting subject, and then it's really okay, and they back again to the society, where the society is really really like applause to their job, and then the doctor is the one who really responsible to this, is really successful to give this to implement this regulation, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why we are as the affirmative team is really proud to propose this motion. The doctor should be allowed to change the sexual orientation of consenting subject. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker of government side spent time 7 minutes 5 seconds, and for the next, I will call the first speaker of opposition team to deliver their argument, and time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, the problem in the government side of the house is they misinterpreted the meaning of the doctor in this motion. When they say that the doctor is a professional and they say that it is a psychologist, this is clearly wrong, right? Because when we are talking in this motion, it's the doctor who can change other people's perspective toward sexual orientation clearly and do it instantly. It's not about the guidance or like you like trying to other people that am I not audible?
Not clear, Justin.
Can I repeat or start my speech?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Sure.
It is audible.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I will.
Hospital.
Okay, check. Okay, I will start again my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, when the government say that this is the same case when they talk about the psychologist, is clearly wrong. Again, this is we are talking about doctor who can instantly change other people, and these other people is not mean like they consent, but in the end of the day, the doctor who change it, not by themselves. And this is clearly wrong, then being misinterpreted by the government side of the house. And then when they say that, oh, this gender is very different from gender, and in the end of the day, that's their right, they get confused, etc. We think this is not the case. Like, if you as the individual confused about your own sexuality, then why there should be doctor to help you, right? In the end of the day, you can talk to the doctor, you can get the advice from the doctor, but in the end of the day, the one who get the decision to change is by yourself, not by the doctor who instantly change your perception toward the sexual orientation. For example, do you want to love men? And then you have to constantly have a mindful that you want to love men, not by the doctor that try to do the medical operation that make you want to love men. This is clearly different problem. And we also have to understand in this motion, we are not talking about the dangerous situation that need a medical help. We are talking about people, the individual that want to do it by their own. So we have to also understand that doctor, like they say, is a professional. Yes, we agree about that. But we also have to understand that doctor is not a robot. Doctor is not a tool. They have a duty to educate and do something that not cross the individual right. And we as the opposition side of the house don't agree with what the government said. Lastly, when they explain to you that, oh, that they don't have any platform to do that. The problem with the government side of the house is they talking or saying that doctor is the only way for people to change their sexual orientation. That's clearly wrong. In this motion, they're talking to you that why will happen if doctor have the facility or the capability to change sexual orientation instantly or fastly and not by themselves try to understand and try to be mindful that they want to change their sexual orientation. When they say about the therapy guideline and how that the doctor will do like meeting with this kind of individual, that's clearly not the role in this motion, because in the end of the day, if that's what you want to achieve, that call advice or guidance, not change the sexual orientation of the patient itself. How opposition come to this debate? There are two arguments that I want to explain to you. First, why sexual orientation is very important and you have to do it internally without any externally, which in this case is doctor. And second, why it will be harmful for medical staff and especially to your patient itself. First, why the sexual orientation is very important and then you have to do it internally without any externally. Understand, first reason, that this is your mindset, this is your soul, this is yourself. That's mean that you have the capability, you have the urgency to understand yourself better than anyone else. You cannot say to the doctor and then, please doctor, can you change my orientation? That's not the case, right? If you want to try to understand yourself better, then you need to step-by-step analysis. You need to process to understand yourself better than anyone else. And this is what the opposition want to debate, right? We want people to understand themselves, not just consent, but understand, consenting, understand what they want, and the doctor try to help by giving advice or guidance, not the doctor who take the decision to change what based on the patient itself. Second, why this is very important? Because when we're talking about sexual orientation, that means it's your personality, right? It's your personality toward your romantic life, that you want to love man, you want to love woman, and this is why you cannot take it very easily, that you want to change it every day, every time you want it, right? You have to understand that this is very crucial for yourself and it's very important for you to become a human being. And the third reason is, we in this case, in the opposition, we don't harm any individual right in here. If this person want to change their sexual orientation, after they do the process, understand that this is my choice, this is my vision, this is what I want to be, and the doctor can help to do the guidance, the advice, or things like giving the hormone, etc. You can do that. But if we're talking that this individual want to try, I want to try to love man, I want to try to love woman, just based on that, we think this is not the professionality that the doctor should have. Second argument, why it will be very harmful to your patient and in the same time it's very harmful to yourself as a doctor. Why this is harmful for your patient or why this is harmful for this individual? Like, understand that changing your sexual orientation, it means you change or erase your own existence to become another self, which means that, for example, that you love girl, for example, and then you want to try to love man, and then your personality that you love woman will disappear, right? Because it will be taken or replaced by different personality to love man. And in this case, you cannot do that as a profession, because it's the same with the suicide case when you're killing your own personality to become the other person. And this is why it's very harmful to Hippocrates out from the doctor itself. And second argument is, the second reason is, it is clearly different from the beauty clinic that maybe the government say that, oh, why then why then the medical staff cannot do this, but they already do that. For example, in beauty standard clinic, for example, they do surgery, plastic surgery, etc. It's clearly different with this motion. We are talking, once again, it's a sexual orientation. Not as easy as you change your genitalia, for example. It's not the case. This is your perception, your mental health, your own existence as a human that the doctor tries to change, right? And this is why, once again, very crucial and you cannot do that. And why this is also harmful for the doctor itself. When we are talking about patient, our citizen, they understand that this kind of things is very important and you cannot give that to the doctor. So if the doctor cross the line, people will feel very angry to the doctor and will hate the doctor staff to begin with. Last reason why this is very important also, because when you're talking about the conservative country, when people still hate or oppose the LGBT community, when you do this kind of action, it will get the hatred more and more, and people will in the end of the day, have this LGBTQ community to begin with. That's why we, as the opposition side of the house, don't want this kind of situation to happen, because all the beneficiary that come from the government of the house already have a status quo, and we do not need to propose this motion. Very proud to oppose.
Okay, the first speaker of the government team, the first speaker of the opposition team spent time 6 minutes 40 seconds. And the next, I will call the second speaker of government team to deliver their argument, and time is yours.
Okay, thank you. But first, can I turn off my camera because my internet connection is unstable?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Indonesian population, it has been over. So that is why it's not about we need to limit or decrease the population more, but we need the other system to reallocate or maybe dividing all the human resources that we already have. So at the very first, you have to know that we already have enough, but we just doesn't have the system that can divide all the human resources that we have into into all the region in Indonesia. And another side, as we know that the only way to restrain or to control the population rate is having the limitation of the children, because as we know that and also for the status quo itself, we know that Indonesia is still in a development country where we still need a lot of improvement and also a clear goal, a clear status for to make all our citizens being having a wealthy life, such as like in an economic side and even in the education and also in the health side. So if we're talking about the population, we're not just talking about the number of economics, but we have to think more about the quality that our citizen will get. In another way, we also there's also the studies that have been mentioned that one of the way why we have to limit, because the condition of the mother itself, it's ideally they're just going to giving a birth for one or two children. After the third children, the condition of the mother itself has been decreasing, which the uterus condition has been not as effective as the very first children. That is why we are from the government team, we really agree for this motion for the government must limit the number of resident the population rate. That is all from me. Thank you. And back to the chair.
The second speaker from government side spent 6 minutes 56 seconds. I call the second speaker of opposite.
But also psychologists, psychiatrists are also part of medical student, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have already told you that psychologists will understand about the conditions of the patient itself, especially about sexual orientations. And sexual orientation is that about who you are attracted to and want to have relationship with, either the fact of being heterosexual, homosexual, and so on and so forth. And as as we have already told you before, is that the urgency right now is that many people feel anxiety, feel depressed with themselves because they feel that they don't feel that they belong to themselves, ladies and gentlemen. And it will cause a lot of problems. For example, like they don't be productive anymore. Maybe they will harm their environment and so on and so forth. So that's the reasons why sexual orientations of individual is also really important, and something like we need to consider to be some considered to be something that we need to pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. And also, we need to know that consenting subject, it means that we are not forcing them to, we are not forcing them to change, we are not forcing them or invite them to change their sexual orientations, but we just allow them to change sexual orientation if the subject itself, it can I continue my argument?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, all right. Sorry for my connection. And we have already told you that we don't load them. We just don't load them without any mechanism. The first is that we allow them because the doctor has already understand about the psychologist issue, about mental health issue, about, and also the doctor has told the patient about the guidelines, how they can change their sexual orientation, why it is important for them to change, why it is okay for the patient to change their sexual orientations, and the effect if the patient change their sexual orientation, and also daily consultations, or maybe daily consultation, and also daily consultations with the doctor about their conditions, about the patient's conditions, and also about the psychology of the patient itself. So I think by allowing doctor to by agreeing that doctor should allow change sexual orientation of consenting subject, it will bring more good than harm, ladies and gentlemen. We are we know about the condition of the patients, and the patient itself will get guideline from the right person, from the right professionals, and by and we from the right professionals, and also they will understand what should they do if they will change their sexual orientations. So based on the explanation, based on the urgency, based on the urgency explanation, our argument before, we are as government side of the house strongly agree with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of government team spent time 6 minutes 17 seconds. And for the next, I call the second speaker of opposition team to deliver their argument, and times is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Wait, please give me a second to set my timer. Okay, I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, in here, what they are actually missing from this debate is they are trying to say when doctor could change everything, including the sexual orientation. Yet, when it's coming to trying something, in this case, in the sexual orientation case, it's meaning that they are trying to lean the responsibility to the doctor. Such as what my first speaker already said, that the sexual orientation is coming from themselves. It's coming from the individual. Doctor even cannot change the sexual orientation because it's mostly different with the psychological disease or something like that. It's different with the mental illness. Sexual orientation is not a mental illness. It's really different. Ladies and gentlemen, so in here, we want to say that they are missing these things, such as they just trying to change when it's like this. When I probably straight, but I want to say like I want to try to be love or liking a woman, then the doctor will helping them. It's not a lot in the medical sector. Here, ladies and gentlemen, and my second rebuttal is they say that in the medical student or even the doctor, they need they have sexual practice, and we need to know our patient's gender identity. But so what's wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen? Even though our patient says that they are lesbian or gay, ladies and gentlemen, it's still justifiable for the doctor to handle the patient, right? We cannot just abandon this patient because of their lesbian or gay. So that's why as the doctor we shouldn't change any sexual orientation. And they said, ladies and gentlemen, when these people having anxiety or something, because they feel like they don't belong to themselves, when the doctor trying to change it, when the doctor trying to take over these cases, it means that they will be more anxious because they will be more confused about themselves, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I said before that the mental illness with the sexual orientation is a different cases. So the question for the government is, when we are changing their sexual orientation, how this is could solve the problem of the mental illness? This is the question, ladies and gentlemen, because when we know that when lesbians becoming straight or even gays or even straight becoming lesbians, it's not correlation with there is no correlation between their mental illness as long as they feel like they belong to themselves, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, move to my argument. I have two point of argument. The first one is the stigma in the society. And the second one is the mechanism what we will bring. First one, the stigma in the society will be still there. In the conservative country, we understand that the willingness of this person to change their sexual orientation is based on two things. The first one, they confuse with their own self as what the government said. They confuse, like they feel like they love women, but actually they don't, or something like that. The second one, they feel unsafe to their society. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, after they change this sexual orientation, we believe that the stigma of the society will be still in there, because the problem is on how they are not no one going to protect them, and how they are not going to accept themselves, ladies and gentlemen. So we cannot actually guarantee that what doctor do will be permanently exist, right? Even though it's successful, there will be a probability that it will be relapse, or the patient getting even confused on what their sexuality or in what's their true sexuality. When the society will see them as the part of the LGBTQ at the very first place, in the future, it could make them becoming more confused, even more what their sexuality is. We believe that all the LGBTQ community is protecting each other, yet it will be violating the LGBTQ community principle, so they don't have any safe place in the end of the day. When they're not accepting by the society, yet they're not accepting by the LGBTQ community, they will lose all of them, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, remind you that the doctor have to type a result of the medication based on result and based on the process and the prognosis. We believe that these cases is not we cannot guarantee the prognosis of this type of cases, right? And we cannot guarantee that the people who change the sexualization will be permanently becoming straight or becoming a guy, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why in these cases they cannot guarantee that the patient will have a permanently effect. Yet when it's relapse or it's not work, they will be more confused and losing themselves, and everything will be messed up as the very first place. The second one, I want to talk about the mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, in here, what we should do is actually the protection of the LGBTQ and how to accepting themselves. This problem coming because the part of LGBTQ feels unsafe in the community. Therefore, the things that they need is actually the protection in this case of the scenario. Then how they could get the protection of the LGBTQ community? They need accepting themselves as how their sexual orientation it is. The doctor, we shouldn't harm any individual or community's right. Community's right, even though it's their consent. As a doctor, we need to be the decision maker in the end of the day. We couldn't allowing the for example, we couldn't agree on someone who want to do abortion in the for no reason, right? This is when the scenario will harm the professionality of the doctor even more. Sexual orientation isn't something you can change easily. It's like a destiny. Hence, the doctor should do is trying to guide them to accept themselves. It will be easier and safe for all of them when they feel like I feel like I'm weird because I love women or I love men. The doctor should the doctor should understand them and giving them a guide that it's normal, because we know that the sexual orientation is not a disease, and there's no normal term in the sexual orientation. What they need is actually what they need to accept themselves. So therefore, even though it's successful, it will be still harming doctor's role as educator and healer, because we will overweight patient and acting like creating a new human being. So therefore, our proposal should be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of opposition team spent time 7 minutes 13 seconds. And for the next, I call the third speaker of government team to deliver their argument, and time is yours.
First, am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Thank you so much. Okay, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. The honorable judges and audience, good morning. This is the third speaker of the government team, and I'm going to rebut the opposition side first and then give my arguments. Thank you. Today's motion is that this house believes that doctors should be allowed to change the sexual orientation of consenting subject. But first, I'm going to rebut to the first speaker. So this is my rebuttal to the first speaker of the opposition when he said that the doctors cannot decide the sexual orientation of the people who wants to change their sexual orientation based on their consent, but because it is their spiritual experience, or it is their decision, and it is their experience in changing their sexual orientation. But consider this. But what if they cannot? But what if the person cannot decide their sexual orientation themselves? It is because they cannot to change their sexual orientation. So I think if doctors that are expert in the psychological practice, this will be very helpful for the person to decide for the person who cannot decide and their sexual orientation. So this will be helpful for the person to decide which sexual orientation. No, thank you. Sexual orientation they are, and we are not. And I want you to underline this, and we are not letting doctors who don't have a background on psychological thing and not expert in this. So the second speaker of the opposition team considered that the person someday can have a probability if they will be more confused after the decision from the doctor which sexual orientation they are. We are not going to let this happen, because we are also will provide moreover consultation if they are needed in the future. We just try to help them to give the decision if they decide. No, thank you. These are the points of our team wants to point out. First, if the subject are consent with the suggestion from the doctors, then it's okay. The doctor should allow them to change their sexual orientation. And then the second one, the doctors that can allow the consenting subject to change their sexual orientation are the doctors who have mental health or psychological background and are expert on that. We agree with this motion because it can help people who are confused and cannot decide their sexual orientation, and it can impact their appearance in all aspects amongst the society. Thus, in conclusion, we as the government side are agree with today's motion, and we can say that the opposition side arguments do not stand, and we disagree with that. Thank you.
Okay, the third speaker of government team spent time 3 minutes 23 seconds. And for the next, I call the third speaker of opposition team to deliver their argument, and time is yours.
Yep. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Okay, thank you very much. My gender pronoun is he or him. And if you want to give me POI, please do it through the chat. Do not interrupt me through the voice. Thank you very much. Let me set up my timer first, and let me set my notes first. Okay, I will start. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here as the third speaker of the opposition team, I will bring 4 rebuttals towards the government team, and in these rebuttals, I will also put more explanation towards the arguments that my first speaker and second speaker has already brought to this debate, and I will show you why the arguments that my first speaker and second speaker can beat all the arguments made by the government team. Okay, so 4 rebuttals. First of all, I will talk about regarding the meaning of consent. So we can see here that there is a very different understanding of the meaning of consent given by the government team and the opposition team. And we believe that we can see that the government team clearly doesn't understand the meaning of consent at all. Why, ladies and gentlemen? We can see in their first speaker of we can see what the first speaker of the government team said. They said that the main actor in this debate is about patients who are people who are still confused about their sexual orientation. They are very confused about what to do, and they still don't understand a thing at all. And the government team is basically saying that a doctor. Okay, we do agree that doctors can explain to their patients about what can be done, blah blah blah. But what the government team is saying is that the patients is still confused, and the government and in this confusion, if the patient is still saying yes, and then it is still regarded as consent. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand what consent is in the first place. A consent in medical settings can only be called a consent when the patient made the decision, said yes without any hesitation at all, when the patient is saying yes. The first speaker of the government clearly has already said that the patient that we are talking about here is still confused about their decision and their yes, and we believe that this yes shouldn't be treated as a medical consent. We see that the third speaker of the government tries to rectify this, but by saying that the patient is still that the patient has already consented fully, and that they don't have any other hesitations. But ladies and gentlemen, realize that if the third speaker and the first speaker of the government team is talking about different things, then they are clearly contradicting themselves, and they cannot be trusted as a team that can bring arguments in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand that consent has to be given from a very decisive yes that is given by a patient that has already resolved themselves to say that yes without any hesitation at all. And the government team clearly doesn't understand it. We cannot trust the government team at all. And the second rebuttal that I'm going to give regarding the role of the doctor, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we have to understand that this motion is talking about doctors, ladies and gentlemen. I see that we can see that the government team cannot differentiate a psychology professional that gives mental guidance with non-medical therapy with a psychiatry doctor which gives mental therapy with drugs, etc. Hence, from the very first principle, the case that the government is making is revolving around psychologists. Look at what they're saying. The mechanism is revolving around mental therapies, around therapies. sessions, step-by-step sessions, those things, ladies and gentlemen, if the government team doesn't know, is given by psychologists. What I'm trying to say here is that from the very first principle of the government side of this debate, the case that they're making revolves around psychologists, not around doctors. They're not, psychologists are not even doctors in the first place. They are, hence, the government team is not debating under the spirit of this motion, which is talking about what doctors can do in the mental health situation. They are revolving around psychologists, which are not even the main actors in this motion. We cannot trust their first principles at all from the very first place. And ladies and gentlemen, let's say that, I will give pity towards the government team. So we are going to respond towards what they're talking about doctors. Now, let's say under pity that doctors can give medical, that they can give mental guidance with non-medical therapy, even though that thing doesn't exist. Let's say that exists because we pity the government team. Now we have a rebuttal because we came prepared to this debate. Now, under the opposition side, we believe that we shouldn't give doctors more burden to change the patient's sexuality. We believe that as a doctor, we want to make our patients satisfied with our goals right now. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, what a doctor will do, under this case, ladies and gentlemen, is not to give a hasty solution when the patient is still confused. What the doctor will do is that they will try to do at least, they will try to give time to the patient to think what they're trying to do. And even if the patient still says yes, this is still harming the doctor's role as an educator, ladies and gentlemen, because here under the government side, they clearly doesn't understand that a doctor's have a role as an educator, and by giving therapy that is still hasty because the patient is still confused about their consent, the doctor's role as an educator will be damaged, and the doctor's role as a healer will be damaged because the doctor is basically giving a treatment not based on the consent of the patient itself, because the patient is not even sure if they are consenting in this very first place. Hence, we believe that the government team doesn't understand anything about the role of the doctor and the meaning of consent in the first place. And regarding the mental problem that the government is bringing, the government team always tries to talk as if the mental problems that the patient is having is because of the sexual orientation problems that the patient is having. But they never explain how, step by step, how the mental problems that the patient is having is literally and directly caused by the sexual orientation problems. They never explain, they only mention this, and we cannot trust what they're saying at all. And fourth of all, regarding the mechanism that the government always brings, let's assume under the best case of the government, where the patient is actually not confused anymore and can give 100%, the patient agrees to mental therapy. That's their best case. Ladies and gentlemen, even if psychiatrists, doctors are not trying to give non-medical mental therapies, I'm going to pretend as if they can in order to give PT. Now, we can see that in mental therapies, that the patient already believes that they can change, and by getting mental therapy, they can beat their natural state. They are regulated by sexual hormones that cannot be easily changed by mental therapy. Now, the thing I want to rebut here is that the mechanism of the government team itself is still unknown. How can the government team ensure that the patient actually changes their sexual orientation? What if the patient actually said that the treatment is working not because they actually know what it means to have a different sexual orientation, but simply because they believe that it is working even though it is not? The danger here is multiple identities where their body is still homosexual yet their mind believes that they are not yet. That's going to, in the long term, that's going to damage the patient even further. Thank you very much. That's why we believe that the government team cannot be trusted, and this is why the government's given by that doctors shouldn't be allowed at all to give this kind of treatment.
Okay, the third speaker of the opposition team spent time 8 minutes 12 seconds. And for the next, I will call again the replay speaker of opposition team to deliver their conclusion for 4 minutes without POI. time is yours.
Okay. The time is 4 minutes. Am I right?
Yes.
4 minutes. Okay. 4 minutes. Okay. Please wait a while. I will set my timer. I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Panels. Here's why the opposition team should win this debate. The first one, the government team, they're not giving a reason on how this mechanism this scenario is necessary in the end of the day. They fail to give us the explanation on how they can guarantee that this effect will be forever and not harming any both of the doctor and the patients. Panels, they cannot answer their best scenario on how their mental health will be better after the doctor changing their sexuality, while in our side of the house already saying that when the doctor changing their sexual orientation, it will be more harming for their mental problem. Ladies and gentlemen, they cannot comparing their proposal due to the social issues, right? Because they are not saying they are just probably forget that our society, our LGBTQ community is exists both in the conservative society or even in the modern society. But their proposal is most likely could be happen in the modern society instead, or I don't know, because they not explain any of them. And ladies and gentlemen, their proposal is less applicable in both of these conservative and modern society comparing to what our proposal it is. Hence, we are basically explaining on how this is unnecessary because of doctor can actually changing the sexual orientation, which is the government team cannot be answer on this question. We already told you the better and safer mechanism as a doctor and as a for the patient, which is actually safe for their mental health, which is actually safe for what the professionality of the doctor instead. Therefore, our mechanism is still be better rather than their mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, our mechanism will be work better in any kind of the society, while the conservative society could be likely accepting themselves, and in the modern society they could be safe from any other harm, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, we already giving the best and worst case scenario what will be happen in the end of the day. As what I said before, ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't give any doctor a burden to change their sexuality. We believe that the doctor we believe the doctor want to satisfy their patient. We believe that when it's failed, both of the doctor and the patient will be upset, right? So therefore, we shouldn't give any burden to the doctor. And even though it's successful, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, that it still will be harming the doctor rules as educator and as healer, because we will override the patient and acting like we are creating a new human being, as what my first speaker already stated. And ladies and gentlemen, our stance is still standing until the end of the day of the debate, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, our mechanism, our scenario, and our proposal will be still applicable and will be still acceptable rather than their proposal, which is not really applicable in this scenario. We believe that they are just like assume most of their speech. Therefore, their proposal cannot be accepted in this debate, and our team still will be still the winner of this debate. So that's why proud to be in the opposition team. Thank you.
Okay, the reply speaker of the opposition team spent time 3 minutes 41 seconds. And for the next, I call reply speaker of government team to deliver their conclusion for 4 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Okay, I'll start. I'll set my stopwatch first. Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end session of this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really pathetic when seeing the opposition team do not understand about this motion and blame to us that don't understand about this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me repeat. The doctor is the one who graduated from the doctor's education. That is consists of the kid doctors, the surgery doctors, the family doctor, including the psychologist doctors, ladies and gentlemen. So they don't understand about the definition of the doctor itself, ladies and gentlemen. And then they also saying about the consenting subject that we don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. But in fact, they do not understand what I'm saying and what my team saying. The first one, we say that the consenting subject is the one who eager, who want to, who agree with the agreement with the paper and etc. But they are still confused about their orientation sexual, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why they do not understand what I'm saying, and they don't understand about the motion itself, ladies and gentlemen. And also they said about the subject have to know themselves internally. It is their proposal. It is their only one and only proposal, ladies and gentlemen. But imagine if you are in the woods, lost in the woods, and then you have to fix yourself with the directions without anything furthermore, ladies and gentlemen. So we have still in lost, ladies and gentlemen. And then they said we cannot guarantee after social stigma the mechanism about safety, ladies and gentlemen, but we are provide them with the doctors that guide the subject, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why our mechanism is way better than them, ladies and gentlemen. And also they said about we will harm the doctor rule, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the doctor's rules is about to cure the patient, the subject, without a psychology way, the therapies and etc. And also we are saying that we do the therapies, we do the consultant with the doctors. So it is real increasing the doctor rules about the patient, not harming the doctor rules, ladies and gentlemen. So really contradicted with our side, ladies and gentlemen. We are providing you the mechanism why it is important why it is urgent to the doctor can allow change their sexual orientations in this consenting subject, ladies and gentlemen, because of what we've mentioned before. And then we also tell you that the status quo and very important the mechanism that are from the step by step, ladies and gentlemen. Not not if they say just like know yourself betterly and it is really internal about your sexual orientation. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, imagine if you are the one who feeling confused, anxiety, and you are the one that people say to just cure yourself. It is really inappropriate, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why in these motions, we believe that we as the government team are really great to propose this motion. Thank you.
Okay, the reply speaker of government team spent time 3 minutes 25 seconds. And that was the end of this debate, and please give applause to all debaters in this room for now. And I would like to inform to all the adjudicators to move to the discussion room 1 again to discuss and make up their decision about this session. So I will let the adjudicators or I'll invite the adjudicators to the discussion room 1. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to all adjudicators in this room. The adjudicators have been discussed about the results, so I will give to Mr. Imam to deliver the verbal adjudication, please.
All right, thank you, Chairperson, and many thanks to Pak Yusran has giving me this honored opportunity to giving verbal comments and announcement regarding the result of the debate process, what we have seen together this afternoon. So basically, this is a fascinating topic and always is being debated anywhere about the pros and the cons of, sexual orientation issues and mental health issues. But on behalf of the educators, what all I could say is that the debate was really joyful and for us, and I think Bu Marini and Pa Yusran also agree with me, and you guys have performed the debate in excellent ways. The reason why I said that because almost all roles from my notes that what we expected from the debate have been reached, like discussing further implication, giving definition, like providing examples and strongly providing rebuttal arguments for your opponents. All of these aspect indicators have been reached. So this is very good debate so far in this events. But okay, now we are going to move to the last part of this battle, is to announce who is the best of the best from you guys. I mean, we acknowledge that you both are excellent, but for sure we need to find the best one. And based on the discussion with other educators, we announced that the winner is from negative team, and therefore you guys can move to the next round. So I invited to all of you to give a big applause to the negative teams, and for the government teams, keep your motivation to enjoy and to follow the events like this. And best of luck for both groups. Thank you, and I give him back to Pak Yusran or Chairperson. Thank you.
Please announce the.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Imam, but maybe you can please announce the best speakers in this session.
Oh yeah, I forgot to announce the best speaker. Although the winners is from opposition or negative team, but the best speaker based on Pak Yusran, myself, and Ibu Marini is for from government team. Adinda, siapa namanya tadi ya? Faladina, the first speaker of the government team. Congratulations.
Okay. Okay, congratulations for team 5 as opposition team as the winner on this session. And congratulations for Miss Faladina as the best speaker in this session. Please give applause to all the debaters in this session. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for all the adjudicators.
Oh yeah, okay. So please.
Thank you.
Okay, so now please, I would invite to all the
Recording in progress.
Before we start to hear the decision, please to all debaters to open the camera. Before we start to hear the decision, please to all participants to open the camera. Okay, for Miss Gania Tri Alami, please open the camera.
Permisi Kak, Miss Gania izin ini. Oh, sudah. Terima kasih.
Okay, so we will start. And now I present the time for adjudicator to deliver her verbal adjudication. To Mrs. Lina Suswardani, time is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson, Abel, the other honorable committee and keeper. Yeah. And also, I would like to thank first to the other judges, Miss Hera and Miss Laxmin. They appointed me to speak on their behalf. So before we announce the result, I would like to address both of the team first, because really we want you all to improve in the future. So first, thank you for showing us your efforts in doing this debate. Both of you delivered a great position, yeah, according to your team. And the discussion, the debate was productive and still healthy. I can see that it's still healthy debates. However, as I mentioned before in another room, being a good debater, whether you are the affirmative team or negative team, requires a mastery of facts and issues and the ability to put them together in coherent and convincing manner. One of the most important aspects is trying your best to convince and win over your opponent arguments. As the adjudicator, we can see your effort. However, please in the future pay attention more for some of these. First, the quality of your evidence. Both of the team provided evidences. However, none of you mentioned about the quality of the evidence. Try to find the level of the evidence, such as if you mention a study that you survey or cross-sectional, that this has a lower evidence compared to a study that use, for example, a randomized control trial. or review of randomized control trial. Learn about this, and then you will equip stronger when you debate using the best evidence you have in your head. Second, the number of your evidence, whether it is sufficient or not. You need more evidence, strong evidence, and more evidence, yeah, to convince others. And then third, none of your team provided the numbers of stakeholders that related or impacted the policy. So you should mention not only about the government, but also mention about the other community. Of course, you mentioned about the mother or something else, but you didn't address the other communities, such as the leader of the community, the leader of the cultural community that will be impacted by this policy. And the fourth, the outcome of impact in short, middle, and long term. Because in the indicator, you should mention about the long-term impacts of this policy. If it is done, what will happen? If it is not, what is the impact? Okay. So besides, debate is not just about finding truth and providing the information. It's also about winning. Of course, right now I will inform you, I will announce who is the winner. Are you ready? Drum roll. All the educators, all the judges concluded that although both of you deliver good debates, but the affirmative team delivers stronger arguments and better manners, eye contact, and then deliver logical thinking better than the negative team. So congratulations for the affirmative team. Would you like to know the score? I will tell you in a minute. Let me see the score first. The affirmative score is 85.13, and then the negative team score is 82.02. And then let's see who's the best speaker in this session. In this session only, okay? There will be the best speaker during the whole time, but for the winner. But for this session, we announced that Nurul Inayah is the best speaker. Congratulations. Back to you, Kak Abel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to Mrs. Lina for the verbal adjudication. So again, we congratulate to the winner is Team A as the government team. And I would like to say congratulations to all. I want to say thank you to all debaters that have been participate. That was a great debate. That was a good debate, and we are here so flattered to hear you guys give your arguments. So thank you so much. So please, to all debaters to go to the stay room, and we will start. We will give the further information for the next round to the winner. So thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mbak Lina, Abel. See you.
Thank you, Mbak
Yes,
Hera, Mbak
Miss
Lasmi,
Hera,
everyone. Thank
Mrs.
you for the
Lina.
debates. Congratulations for all.
Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Kak, is it allowed now to take a break?
To the all participants, it's okay for you if you are guys going to the eat, going to the pray, and so on and so forth. We will back to the semi-final round at 13:30 Wita. So guys, again, we will inform you that we will doing a break for your for all of you. So maybe you can pray, you can eat, and take your energy to the semi-final round, and we will back in the at 13:30 Wita. So thank you guys.
That I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me go. There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. I had good intentions and the highest hopes, but I know it now. It probably doesn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. I had good intentions and the highest hopes, but I know it now. It probably doesn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me, on me.
Pejuang keseruan, gak pernah ragu, bikin harimu makin berwarna, makin seru. Nikmati keseruan, hilangin suntuk. Fanta bikin seru lebih berasa.
Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work. Instant corrections make your writing mistake-free, while keeping it short, sweet, and fitting in tone. Join more than 20 million people who use Grammarly to write better every day. Go to Grammarly.com to download.
Hey, this is a story I hate, and telling it might make me break, but I'll tell it anyway. This chapter's about how you said there was nobody else, then you got up and went to her house. You guys always left me out. I still have the letter you wrote when you told me that I was the only girl you'd ever want in your life. I guess my friends were right. Each day goes by and each night I cry. Somebody saw you with her last night. You gave me your word, don't worry about her. You might love her now, but you loved me first. Said you'd never hurt me, but here we are. Oh, you swore on every star. How could you be so reckless with my heart? You check in and out of my heart like a hotel, and she must be perfect, oh well. I hope you both go to hell. I still have the letter you wrote when you told me that I was the only girl you'd ever want in your life. I guess my friends were right. Each day goes by and each night I cry. Somebody saw you with her last night. You gave me your word, don't worry about her. You might love her now, but you loved me first. Said you'd never hurt me, but here we are. Oh, you swore on every star. How could you be so reckless with my heart? How could you be so reckless? How could you be so reckless? How could you be so reckless with someone's heart? Hey, this is a story I hate, but I told it to cope with the pain. I'm so sorry if you can relate.
Here I am, can't you see I've got the style? What's your play? Don't you know I'll be worthwhile? Can you do this? Can you top that? Can you fit this? Can you shake it like that? Not just good, I'm better than good. Not just fine, better than fine.
Brown guilty eyes and little white lies. Yeah, I played dumb, but I always knew that you'd talk to her, maybe did even worse. I kept quiet so I could keep you. And ain't it funny how you ran to her the second that we called it quits? And ain't it funny how you said you were friends, now it sure as hell don't look like it. You betrayed me, and I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I hurt. Yeah, you talked to her when we were together, loved you at your worst, but that didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. Now you bring her around just to shut me down, show her off like she's a new trophy. I know if you were true, there's no damn way that you could fall in love with somebody that quickly. Ain't it funny? All the twisted games, all the questions you used to avoid. Ain't it funny? Remember I brought her up and you told me I was paranoid. You betrayed me, and I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I hurt. Yeah, you talked to her when we were together, loved you at your worst, but that didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. God, I wish that you had thought this through before I went and fell in love with you. When she's sleeping in the bed we made, don't you dare forget about the way you betrayed me. 'Cause I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I hurt. Yeah, you talked to her when we were together. You gave me your word, but that didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. Yeah, you're still a traitor. God, I wish that you had thought this through before I went and fell in love with you.
Tiap tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan, waktu Indonesia belajar di Tokopedia.
Kau hempaskanku ke dalam retaknya hati, hingga air mata tak mampu untuk melukiskan perih yang kau takkan bisa untuk terbang tinggi lagi dan mencari bintang yang dapat menggantikanmu. Sampai kini masih ku coba untuk terjaga dari mimpiku yang buatku tak sadar bahwa kau bukan lagi milikku. Walau hati tak akan pernah dapat melupakan dirimu, dan tiap tetes air mata yang jatuh kuatkan rinduku pada
Berapa banyak lagi cemburu, berapa banyak buah terakhir menepis realita. Kau bukanlah milikku, aku pilihan, kaulah jawaban. Jelaskan arti adil, tolong menatap utuh karena aku letih berbagi. Mampukah kekasihmu setangguh aku menunggu tapi tak ditunggu, bertahan tapi tak ditahan. Sampai kapan kau mau begini menjalani kisah rahasia? Tak sadarkah di balik senyuman sungguh ku terluka. Jika kau tidak bisa pastikan, sudahlah aku mengalah saja. Kau adalah pemenang walaupun aku juara kedua. Pada sebuah titik bifurkasi, sudikah kau mengerti? Aku ingin cuma ada kita tanpa dustai dia. Mampukah kekasihmu setangguh aku menunggu tapi tak ditunggu, bertahan tapi tak ditahan. Sampai kapan kau mau begini menjalani kisah rahasia? Tak sadarkah di balik senyuman sungguh ku terluka. Jika kau tidak bisa pastikan, sudahlah aku mengalah saja. Kau adalah pemenang walaupun aku juara kedua. Ku memberimu yang terbaik. Mengapa dia mendapatkan apa yang terbaik darimu? Sampai kapan kau mau begini menjalani kisah rahasia? Tak sadarkah di balik senyuman sungguh ku terluka. Jika kau tidak bisa pastikan, sudahlah aku mengalah saja. Kau adalah pemenang
Traveling places, I ain't seen you in ages. But I hope you'll come back to me. My mind's running wild with you far away. I still think of you 100 times a day.
I still think of you too, if only you knew. When I'm feeling a bit down and I wanna pull through, I look over your photograph and I think how much I miss you. I miss you. I wish I knew where I was, 'cause I don't have a clue. I just need to work out some way of getting me to you, 'cause I'll never find love like ours out here in a million years. A million years. My location unknown, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location unknown, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side.
Traveling places, I ain't seen you in ages. But I hope you'll come back to me. My mind's running wild with you far away. I still think of you 100 times a day.
I still think of you too, if only you knew. I just need to work out some way of getting me to you, 'cause I'll never find love like ours out here in a million years. A million years. My location unknown, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location unknown, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't wanna throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright. Alright. I don't want to be wasting time without you. Don't wanna throw away my life. I need you. Something tells me we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be alright. Alright. My location unknown, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. My location unknown, trying to find a way back home to you again. I gotta get back to you, gotta get back to you. I just need to know that you're safe, given that I'm miles away. On the first flight back to your side, I don't care how long it takes, I know you'll be worth the wait. On the first flight back to your side.
Lazada. Harga makin beli sekarang.
I made you breakfast, by the way.
Okay, I'm in a bit of a rush, but
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Give me a kiss.
You and me, we made a vow, for better or for worse. I can't believe you let me down, but the proof's in the way it hurts. For months on end, I've had my doubts, denying every tear. I wish this would be over now, but I know that I still need you here. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. You've been so unavailable. Now sadly I know why. Your heart is unobtainable, even though God knows you kept mine. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. I have loved you for many years. Maybe I am just not enough. You've made me realize my deepest fear by lying and tearing us up. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. And I know, 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 and I know. I know I'm not the only one.
is there sound coming on?
Let me start you just when I call action, be looking this way, and then you can go.
You must think that I'm stupid. You must think that I'm a fool. You must think that I'm new to this. But I have seen this all before. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you. In case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. 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 I know you're thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cold. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you. In case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No way that you'll see me cry.
Di rumah yang gerah, terlihat spesies Siramicus tanamanicus yang menyirami dirinya.
Resah dan gelisah menunggu di sini, di sudut sekolah, tempat yang kau janjikan ingin jumpa denganku, walau mencuri waktu. Berdusta pada guru, malu aku malu. Pada semut merah yang berbaris di dinding, menatapku curiga, seakan penuh tanya, sedang apa di sini? Menanti pacar jawabku. Sungguh aneh tapi nyata, takkan terlupa. Kisah kasih di sekolah dengan si dia, tiada masa paling indah Masa-masa di sekolah, tiada kisah paling indah, kisah kasih di sekolah. Malu aku malu, pada semut merah yang berbaris di dinding, menatapku curiga, seakan penuh tanya, sedang apa di sini? Menanti pacar jawabku. Sungguh aneh tapi nyata, takkan terlupa. Kisah kasih di sekolah dengan si dia, tiada masa paling indah, masa-masa di sekolah, tiada kisah paling indah, kisah kasih di sekolah. Sungguh aneh tapi nyata, takkan terlupa. Kisah kasih di sekolah dengan si dia, tiada masa paling indah, masa-masa di sekolah, tiada kisah paling indah, kisah kasih di sekolah.
Oleskan Black Hat Remover Mask. Haku Monaka, es krim lembut dengan potongan coklat crispy dibalut wafer Monaka.
Ore, dapat hadiah.
Download Shopee dapat hadiah, hadiah, hadiah. You download Shopee dapat hadiah.
If I had to live my life without you near me, the days would all be empty. The nights would seem so long. With you I see forever oh so clearly. I might have been in love before, but it never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know take us where we want to go. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can't be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The one that changed my whole life, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. If the road ahead is not so easy, our love will lead a way for us, like a guiding star. I'll be there for you if you should need me. You don't have to change a thing. I love you just the way you are. So come with me and share the view. I'll help you see forever too. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much
Okay, Unhas 4, are you here and complete? Unhas 4, are you here and complete?
Excuse me, Kak. Is Unhas 4 because in the last match, Unhas 1 is the affirmative team.
Oh, sorry. So the Unhas 1 is the winning team? Oh yeah, sorry.
As we heard.
So Unhas 1 is here and complete?
There's there a member of us that has technical problem, but she is joining right now, and the rest of us is complete.
Okay. So guys, we already shared the new format for the team who pursued the semi-final round. So make sure that you change your team number, which is team 1 we have Samba 3, team 2 we have Unpad, team 3 we have ULM, team 4 we have Unhas 4. We'll give you 2 minutes and 2 minutes to change your name. So make sure that you already change your name ASAP. Thank you. So this is the matchup for the semi-final round. In main room, we have ULM versus Unhas 1. In breakout room 1, we have Samba 3 versus Unpad. So guys, because this is the special round, because this is the semi-final round, if you are done having a connection internet, please open your video, open your camera. So you will show, your face will be shown in the YouTube, Instagram, for the FKM YouTube and Instagram. So You can take a picture, screenshot, and you can see whether where you will be debate in the semifinal round. And make sure you already change your team name based on what I already share you in the chat room. Thank you. So guys,
Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to all the adjudicators and all the debaters in this room. In this semi-final session. And then, first of all, before we start the debate, I will read the curriculum vitae of our adjudicators for today. The first adjudicators, there is Mr. Muhammad Yusran Amir SKM, MPH. Of Health Administration and Police Department of Public Health Faculty Universitas Hasanuddin. Maybe for me, Mr. Yusran, are you in this room? Can you say hi to us?
Hello, I'm ready.
Yes, hello, Mr. Yusran. And for the next adjudicators for today, there is Mrs. Dr. Laksmin Kadir, MK, and her education background is S1 Biology, STKIP Gorontalo, S2 Ilmu Kedokteran Dasar, UNER Surabaya, dan S3 Ilmu Kedokteran UNER Surabaya. And she is now as a lecturer at Public Health Department Faculty Sports and Health Science of Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Maybe for Mrs. Laksmin, are you in this room? Can you say hi to us? Mrs. Laksmin?
Okay, sorry. I don't know if say to report today. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yusran. I'm so sorry.
Miss, very nice to meet you.
Okay, we'll join next.
Okay, nice to meet you, Mrs. Laksmin. And for the third adjudicators for today, there is Mrs. Narsi Prihartini, STMT. Her education background is bachelor degree of Informatic Engineering, Universitas Tanjung Pura, Master degree of Informatic Software Engineering, Institut Teknologi Bandung. And she is now as a lecturer and head of Language Center Polytechnic Negeri Sambas. Okay. To Mrs. Narti, are you in this room?
Yes, I'm. Hello all.
Okay, can you say hi to us?
Okay, I will say greeting to Mr. Yusran, Muhammad Yusran. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yeah.
Very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too. And Mrs. Laksmin, nice to meet you too. And all the participants in this debate. We hope that we will get a great battle for this semi-final. Okay. Thank you
Thank
all.
you. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Narti. And before we start the session, I will raffle the team to choose which one is the government side or the opposition side. And the winner will have advantage to choose what side they want to have. So, as you can see in your each device, we will spin the team to choose who is the winner. So let's start. Okay, as you can see in your each device, the winner is team 3. And I will let them to decide what side they want to have. For team 3, what side do you want?
Hello, am I audible?
Hello, what side do you want?
Okay, we want government side.
Okay, so based on the decision, the team 3 choose the government side, and it means the team 4 is the opposition side. And the next, we offer 4 motion, and I'll give chance to team 3 to choose number between number 3, 9, 11, and 14. For team 3, what number do you want to decide the motion?
We'll take 14.
14.
Yeah, 14.
Okay, so the motion in number 14 is an aging of population will be beneficial. Once again, motion for number 14 is an aging population will be beneficial. And I will give for each team 10 minutes to prepare your case. So for each team,
start the session, I will raffle the team to choose which one is the government side or the opposition side. And the winner will be have advantage to choose what side they want to have. And let's start for the team 1 versus team 2. So the winner is team 1. I will let the team 1 to decide what side they want to have. For the team 1, what side do you want to choose?
We choose government.
So based on decision, the team 1 choose the government side. It means the team 2 is a opposition
Recording
side.
in progress.
Next, we offer several motion and we will give chance to the team 1 to choose number to pick the motion. So based on your screen, there is still four number and you can choose. So what number that did you want to choose to team 1?
We choose number 11.
So the team 1 choose motion 11. So the motion for today is the government would allow abortional stages of pregnancy. I will repeat. So the motion for today is the government would allow abortional stages of pregnancy. And we will give 10 minutes to prepare your case. And it will be start. It will be start from now.
Kak Abel, can you check the chat please and discuss it maybe with the other committee?
Susah juga ya.
Okay, time is up. So guys, we will start the debate now. Welcome to English debate competition. This Natalies FKM Unhas 39 semifinal round session 1. Let me introduce myself. My name is Latifa Nur Fauzia, will be served as a chairperson and Vicky Indra Mahendra as a timekeeper in this room. So our motion today is an aging population will be beneficial. Today, teams will be competing in this room are Team 3 as government side and Team 4 as opposition side. During this debate, please silence your mobile phone or any devices which will create disturbing sound. Do not communicate with other audience and do not get out of this room during the speaker deliver his or her speech. And for duration of speech, the timekeeper will be remind a chat room. First, the timekeeper will reminding a chat room once at first minute. It means the speaker have 6 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. Second, the timekeeper will reminding a chat room once at third minute. It means POI or interjection is allowed. Third, the timekeeper will reminding a chat room once at fifth minute. It means POI or interjection is not allowed, and the speaker have 2 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. And the fourth, the timekeeper will reminding a chat room twice at 6 minutes 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes, and it means speaker should finish his or her speech soon. And for the speaker who wants to give POI or interjection, please unmute yourself and say POI directly. POI is allowed in third minute until 5th minute with maximum time 15 seconds. The speaker can receive or not receive the first and the second POI. But the third POI must be received by the speaker. And the next POI can be submitted after 30 seconds of previous POI. And without further ado, I open this debate by call the speaker of the order. I call the first speaker of government team to deliver their argument. So for government team, time is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, in this motion, we are talking about an elderly, an aging population which has more popularity than the younger population in the country. First of all, we have to understand what aging population in this motion. It's mean when an adult has a higher population than a children, more than 45 years, and with that we call as an elderly. Then what is beneficial to begin with? Beneficial mean it gives good, more development and more improvement to country as a whole. So this motion help you as a country to aim to make your citizen have a longer life expectancy, which is our vision to make a country more development, right? We want our citizen have more expectancy in life, more younger, more life, more years to life, and this is why an aging population will be beneficial. When we are looking at a country like Japan or China, which has more aging population than their youngers, comparatively to Indonesia, which has more younger population, we can see the development and the diverse between these two countries. When we are talking about Japan, for example, has more population in the aging citizen, but in the same time, it gives more space to the youngers to make more innovation, which we can see in our status quo right now. So who is the actor in this debate? There are three things. First, the young population. Second, the aging population. And lastly, the government. So our stance in this motion is we want to make our government realize that aging population is very beneficiary. And this is why the argument I'm going to say with it. How our mechanism will be look like? The government will do a birth control to decrease population explosion and in the same time will prolong the life expectancy with first prioritizing elderly for health access, second give elderly special insurance for their health and life, and lastly fund the scientists to improving research about elderly disease. The first argument, when we are talking about aging population, why it is beneficial? First reason, because aging population has more knowledge and more understandable towards something. When we're looking at our parent, our grandparent, for example, they have more experience in life rather than us. And it also gives us a point to understand more about their perspective because they already have long in their life. Second reason, it also helps in health sector, for example. When we are talking about our status quo right now, when our government only focusing on youngers and only focusing about that and never even touch the elderly case, this is very problematic because it will hinder the progressivity of our research toward medical. And if we propose this motion, it will help our researcher to think more deeply, to give change or give medicine for this elderly to have a longer life expectancy, which will be beneficial. And the third reason is when we are talking about aging population, they will be more stable, right? Because they already like have old body, for example, but in the same time, they can understand things comparatively to youngers when they do a demonstration, for example, because they have an emotional instability. And why this is very beneficiary, when we are talking about government, when making a regulation, for example, to wearing a mask during COVID-19, we can see that an elderly, which have a more probability to follow the regulation from the government, comparatively to like youngers, like in the high school or middle school, this citizen maybe have a lot effort for us to educate them about something. And this is why this aging population, once again, is very beneficiary. Second argument, why it also in the same time will help the young population. When we are talking about young population in Indonesia, for example, they need a lot of time, they need a lot of space for them to survive. Like in status quo right now, job vacancy is very rare in Indonesia. And it show you that in our status quo right now, people struggle to survive, especially the youngers. And if we implementing this motion that we say that the old is very beneficiary, it gives a space for our youngers to more developing, right? We are not talking about like a quantity versus quality in here, because what we want to take is like a Japan that already did that focusing about the quality. Even the youngers or the young population is like not as much as the elderly, but in the same time, they have the quality to improve the country development. Second point, this young population also will have an emotional interaction to support the elderly. Looking at our status quo right now, when people like don't have any respect toward their parents, grandparents, but if we like looking at Japan country or any country that have a more aging population, the emotional interaction between the children and the elderly will much be higher. That make them more motivation to work harder, for example, or to make innovation to help this elderly to can live easier in the modern era. And the last reason is if we focusing about this motion, then we also will focus about human resources. For example, like in Japan, they have a few young population, which make them have to think harder how they can like fulfill the job that needed by that country. And that's why they make technology, they make innovation, they make car, they make anything that can help for future development. That's why it will also make our young population become better. And the third argument is about the government itself. Why aging population will also help government to make the policy. Okay, when we are, the first reason is once again, because the aging population is easy to like educate for you. You can see that in the COVID-19 case, that show you that government will have more stable regulation towards something. Like you can see in status quo right now, when government make a policy, there will be a lot of demonstration and a lot of perspective coming. But when we're talking about elderly, they will like thinking twice before do something like maybe the young do that. And it also have the government more capacity, more capability to give an change. And the second reason, We also have a fair regulation. When we are looking status quo right now, like Merdeka Belajar and any other regulation is only focusing about youngers. But if we have more aging population, it make our government also focusing about the elderly that will give fair regulation toward the youngers and the elders. And this is why it will be important. It will support the sila kelima, yaitu keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. That's why it also in line with the government progress. So even the worst case that opposition say us that, oh, you will have less human resources to do your job. Once again, even if that worst scenario happen, we can as a government give encouragement to our citizens to make children, for example, because we already have the secure, the economy, and etc. that will help them to survive. Very proud to propose. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker of government team spent time 6 minutes 58 seconds. So for the next, I call the first speaker of opposition team to deliver their argument, and for opposition team, time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, am I audible?
Yes, you're in.
Okay, thank you. So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We, as the opposition side of the House, would like to clarify, strengthen, and review the definition of the motion to want to give to the government side of the House that the first statement they say that aging population has more knowledge and experience. So yes, the elder and also aging population could give advice and also solution to the younger generation, but we have to highlight in the status quo that they're not the main action of the current situation that link to our current life right now. The young generation is the one who is productively active at doing their job, and the job includes all the infrastructure about in the company and the teacher and etc. So they might give the advice and solution, but once again, they are not the main actor of the current generation. The second argument that is the government side of the House say that the aging population help in health sector, like hinder the progressivity of our research. So unfortunately, the one who actively done the research is also the younger generation. Because why? Because the younger generation has more energy, there has more updated knowledge, and also they're pressed in their education. So this is why we strongly oppose that statement. The third is the government side of the House said that the aging population is more stable and emotionally can understand, like for example, tends to be better at following the rules and others, that it's we cannot judge. That's a really abstract a statement. As we know, there are a lot of young generation out there too that also follows the rules, and it cannot be generalized as a category of group that this population is more stable emotionally or not. And also talking about the quality and the quantity, taking example from the government side of the House, to take the Japan, that has higher level at the aging population, and the research about how we could see that how to make the lifespan longer or not. Actually, the research also done from the young age. So in order to know the lifespan to at the like elderly period of time, we need to start to the research from the young time. For example, you eat the healthy food, do the health like lifestyle as soon as you can from the young generation. So that is absolutely not a really strong statement that we can like achieve. So a link to that. So we, from the opposition of the House, we disagree with the motion, which stated that aging population will be beneficial. The first is about the sustainability in long term, from the older to younger generation. So what we mean here is that sustainability is the ability to be maintained at a certain rate of level of generation. In the reality itself, the aging population includes the elderly with shorter life of time and also lifespan, and also more small population and human resources, of course. While we believe that the main actor for this situation is the young generation, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the evidence and example here. We know that in every era has different kind of lifestyle, social life, and way of life. So we can see this, for example, the older generation tends to give birth using shaman in their own house, while nowadays mother give birth at hospital with the help of the doctors. So if the elderly give the advice as the way they gave birth in their children, it will not appropriate in this era, because in this era we with the advance of the knowledge and technology, we know that it giving birth at home can prove to bring risk at health status, reducing the health status, and also bring risk of death, and also for the mother and the babies. So this is not applicable for all of the era, and we believe that the solution and also the advice from the elderly or the aging population are not in case really implemented in all era, and be beneficial or useful in the situation nowadays. I think we also know that the aging population has, of course, lower productive rate, because they're already the reproductive organ is already like deteriorated. Well, they reduce they cannot give birth in the elderly period, because it could risk to death and other. So the younger generation bring the a higher reproductive rate, which will lead to the continuity of the next generation. I think that's all for our arguments. The next arguments that will be deeply explained by our second speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, the first speaker of opposition team spent time 6 minutes 24 seconds to deliver their
Recording in progress.
Because there's some bad connection of Ms. Nur Hafisa, we will wait until her internet will be stable again. So we give 1 minute to wait for Mrs. Nur Hafisa.
the ability to maintain the generation, they have a low lifespan for the elderly. Yes, therefore we need to fix it, ladies and gentlemen. We believe that the health system in our country is need to be fixed because it's not justified for the elderly since they have a low lifespan, and many of the health access thinking that they will be prioritize more of the younger since they have since for now they have a longer life expectancy and anything else. So therefore, the research should be made to help this elderly, right, ladies and gentlemen. And the third one, not only the elderly will giving such as advice since they're also growing with the time, right? The reason that they use shamans as what the opposition said is not because they are stupid or they are doesn't know anything, but because they lack access to the hospital. Therefore, we need to help these elderly. We not good. I'm sorry. Therefore, it is the different cases for this proposal. Ladies and gentlemen, in here we want to make a better solution with an aging of population. So, ladies and gentlemen, in here I have 2 point of rebuttal. There is why we need to prolong the span and depending much more about the research in the elderly. And the second one is why we do need to make an aging population to elaborate my first speaker speech. The first one, ladies and gentlemen, the elderly have a lot of health problems, right? Which are usually not prioritized by the health institution. With an aging population, scientists will have more burden to solve the life expectancy problem. For example, for the case that there is an old patient who has heavy stroke with complication or else, the medical professional will trying to cure this disease, so the life expectancy will becoming better and becoming longer. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, so by this scenario, not only helping to prolong the lifespan, but also recognize new type of the medication. We expect this so another sector could be better. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I want to ask that you said that you don't ignore the younger population, but as we know, I heard that your first speaker said clearly that the definition from the aging population is the higher population at elderly than young generation. So I think
understand
it's
what
contradictory with what you are stating.
Thank you. It's not contradictory, panels. We are saying that an aging population is more elderly rather than the younger one. It's not most likely like in the whole city, the whole Indonesian is contained of the 65 upper or 45 upper person, right? There also a baby, there is also a children, there's also a teenager, but there's will be more the people who have adult or even elderly. This is what they actually missing in this point. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to my argument. The research about the elderly disease and the update less rather than the young age disease. We've seen the prognosis of elderly goes by pretty bad rather than the younger, right? So why this is important? Because when the lifespan is longer than is longer for elderly, the elderly could employ even more. The best scenario, this elderly could still employed as a senior, and they can help the junior to solve their work. They even if they have in unemployed the worst case scenario and unable to continue, it still be okay because the job vacancy will be open for the young adult, which amount isn't really great. For example, in the status quo, younger age have a greater number rather than elderly. Like assume it is 5 younger and 1 elderly. When this elderly retired from their work, only have 1 space for this younger age to go into this job, right? When the job vacancy have a limited space for these people, yet the job seeker are many because of the younger age is many, the number of unemployment will be increased. So that's why we need to do an aging population. We believe that in our economy now need more quality rather than the quantity. So the job vacancy will be keep decreasing day by day. How to do this, ladies and gentlemen? The lifespan need to be prolonged, and who can do this, ladies and gentlemen? The health professional and health accessibility. How my first speaker already say. that nothing use, it's done. Why do we need to make an aging population? The experience of the elderly hold will help the civilization becoming better. Elderly will helping the junior to do same some important words in example. In the household, they will help their children or even grandchildren to cook seafood. In the company, the elderly will helping the junior to help manage the company, right? And the elderly have a tendency to nurturing the nature with their family. Many elderly have still employed, so they still can be independent themselves. For example, the CEO or many manager in the company is also contained by the elderly, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why when the lifespan is longer, the elderly could help the junior, could help the younger age to do their goals, rather than when there's so much younger age who actually will be doing the population explosion. By giving this to an aging population, the healthcare will be provided better and the more modern solution to improving the life expectations. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, in this scenario, in this proposal, when an aging population is applied to our country, it will be more beneficial, mostly in the economic, health sector, and in the education, as what my first speaker already said. That's why we beg to propose. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of government team spent time 7 minutes 12 seconds. So for the next, I call the second speaker of opposition team to deliver.
Recording in
Full control of
progress.
their body at the very beginning, right? So therefore, if you actually want to protect these like rights of women on whether they want to have a baby or not, I think the opposite side of the house could cater better here, because we can cater we can give them options when they if they want to do abortions, only if they do it in the first and second trimester, and we can protect them from being manipulated by their partner after the third trimester to the very beginning, right? And second, I'm going to talk about the health harm if we actually like perform this baby on the third trimester to the very beginning, right?
That the people who's going to retirement is going to taking a race, and also they're going to it's their time to take a rest, and just for all the things of over the work, it's already enough for them. And as we know, in Indonesia itself, for the civil employee itself, they have a retirement time up to as I know, it's 60 on their age. When they are 60, it means that they're already in the condition where they have to taking a rest. They have to their capability on their work has been enough, because their condition, it's not going to support them anymore. Because as we know that the older people also have some kind of disease that easier to get them, such as like dementia and etc. And it's really bad if we keep trying to using them where they have to taking a rest. You say that you wanna make and you wanna make what you wanna make the a quality, the balancing of all the generation. But in this case, the elder people, it's the time for they to take the race. It's the time for their, because their condition, it's not supporting them anymore. Like they can just getting easier to get sick. And also if we're reflecting to their experience, and reflecting them into the experience, and also the current condition, it's perfectly different, because every era, it's really different to each other. So it's really going to be a really bad decision if we keep trying to forcing the elder people, because it's time for they to take a rest. And also, in another side, I would like to deliver my argument about the every generation has its own characteristic, such as like the boomers, the millennials, and also the Gen Z. It has a really different characterized. So that is why we need to make it sure, like who's going to take the responsibility in some side of our such as like in the country, because the the mindset and also the perspective of them will be really different. If we comparing like in one of the study, it has been mentioned that between the Gen Z and millennials, it has a really different focus, which Gen Z it can be more innovative than the millennial. Why is it so? Because they were living in the condition where the environment is really fast, the technology has been founded, so they have a really good mindset and open mindset on that. That is why every generation has its own, and when it's time for their if it's their pace to be older, it's the time for them to take the retirement, because it has really different side between what their face and what the current condition face. On another side, we do really need the adaptiveness, because as we know that if we are as a human not going to being more adaptive, it's going to be one of our way to make our way being fail, because the world is dynamically changing, so we need to renew our perspective, and also seeing on a problem, on solving some problem. And that is why there is really need to be more focused on the younger generation or productive generation than aging people, because it is the time for them to take a rest than keeping and also being back to get forcing on work, get forcing to giving some advices anymore, or giving like they have some responsibility to do in another way for the uh, for the for the continuity of the life that actually has been taking the responsibility of the younger people. In another way, we need to make that the younger people has to be independent. Like if we keep con on the elder people, the young generation or the next generation will going to be the one who's spoiled, who will maybe not having much experience. Like if we're keeping counting on them as as the mindset or psychology of the next generation will like, oh, I still can have an advice from the young generation, or I still can ask to the elder generation to take the solution over that. But in fact, it is the time for the younger people, it is the time for the productive people to take their chance, to take the role to making a better place and contributing to something. So that is why we are from opposite team really disagree on this, because this is really inappropriate, and even not giving the elder people a space for them, because as we know that the productivity of every generation itself also different. That is why we are from opposite team. We are proudly disagree to this motion. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of opposition team spent time 5 minutes 51 seconds. So for the next, I call the third speaker of government team to deliver their argument. For government team, time is yours.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So my personal pronoun is he or him, and if you want to be or I me, please do it through the chat. Do not do it through the voice, please. Thank you very much. Let me set up my timer first, and let me set my notes first. Okay, I will go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the opposition team doesn't understand what is needed in this debate at all. We can see the motion once more in order to remind the opposition team what is this debate really about. The motion we can see is about how an older population will be beneficial, where my first speaker has already explained that that an older population means that there are less young people than there are old people. That means there are less people who will replace. There will be less of the next generation that will replace the old generation. And we believe that if the next generation who replaces the old generation is less than the old generation, it will actually be beneficial for the next generations for reasons that I will explain more on my arguments and on my rebuttals towards the opposition team that doesn't understand this debate at all. Now, I will give my rebuttals. Now, first of all, we can see that the second speaker of the opposition team has literally contradicted themselves without realizing. She said that, okay, older people are much more unproductive because they are already old. Their reproductive systems have already almost going to fail. I'm not trying to insult. So they said that older people are going to retirement. They're not in productive state anymore. But they had, after saying that, she literally said that young people will be spoiled because the older people is always working. My question is simple. If the older people are retired, then how the hell are they going to spoil the young people? That is my simple question towards the opposition. And if the opposition team fails to answer this, then panels, you cannot trust this team at all. Now, I will go towards my rebuttals regarding national stability. Now, the opposition team tried to criticize our idea of national stability, but we see that they never explain how national stability will be, if ever, achieved on their side of the debate. They never explain out to us how national stability will be achieved if the population is if the younger population is much higher than the old population. In comparison, we have already taken step-by-step measures. We came prepared to explain how national stability is achieved by having more old people. There is a reason why Europeans and Americans, why every stable countries in this good earth, why Japan, South Korea, and everybody will rather choose old leaders. You can see for yourself, they are always choosing old leaders than young leaders. I'm not trying to generalize Europe because this is a debate even in Europe. We can directly compare Germany with France. We can see Germany with its old leader, Angela Merkel, in the past, and France with its young leader, Emmanuel Macron. We can see that France is always at political turmoil caused by radical adoption of ideas that are unchecked. We agree with the opposition side. The opposition side says that the young people are the drivers of innovation, but here we need old leaders in order to keep that innovation at check. Innovation is good, but if it is uncontrolled, then the only thing that will happen is chaos, just like what happened in France and how it is how France is going to break down while Germany right now is in a better stability and safety. And second of all, regarding national innovation, okay, we see that the opposition team also tried to touch about the problems of national innovation, but that they said that with more young people than old people, national innovation will happen. Okay, we can see, right? There are more young people than old people. We can also see, no, thank you. The old people are the educators of the young people, right? The educators of the new generation is the old generation. If there are more young people than the old people, that means that there are less educators for each young people in that nation. You know what that means? That means lower quality of education available to everybody in the nation. National innovation will not occur under their side simply because, okay, go ahead.
We as the opposition of the House said that the aging population needs to rest and not to be disturbed by the dependence of the young generation. Not as what you say that we are contradicted. You are just not understanding our statement.
Okay, but why the hell are you?
Thank you.
Why did your second speaker say that young people will be spoiled by the older generation if the older generation is already retiring? I don't understand that at all. You have to explain to us how the young people will be spoiled by retired people to the point where the young people won't work. Now, I will go towards my rebuttal again. No, thank you. We can see that national innovation is not about quantity. 10 of bad scientists is worse than one good scientist. That is a fact. And in national innovation, what is needed is more educators to less young people, rather than more young people with a shortage of educators that is caused by the lack of old people that can cater the young people that has already exploded, and there's too much. Hence, national innovation will not occur under the opposition side and will only occur on our side. Regarding education, we have already explained that as well with my explanation about how national innovation and better education will only occur under our side. And regarding productivity, this is the most debated part of this debate. This is the hottest part of this debate. Okay, and this is also where the opposition side completely messes up. They said that under our side, the government, that is the government side, we will lose, they said, because elder population are much more unproductive, right? But that is not the point we are making here. We are not telling the older population to keep working, and we are trying to also explain to you all how less young people will actually make the economy better than more young people. Now, just like my first speaker have already said, we have to understand what the modern economy needs. The modern economy needs few people of high quality rather than many people of low quality. This is not the 1950s where there is a need of muscle. Muscles have been replaced by robots. Our economy is slowly turning into automation, where the work of 10 muscles in the past can be done by one person controlling a machine. This is why we need an older population, which means we need less young people than old people. Now, hence, productivity will not be affected like what the opposition says. In contrary, we accuse the opposition of trying to destroy the productivity of nations. Let's try to understand what the opposition wants. They want a nation that has more young people than old people. What will happen? Automation will cause lots of these young people to go jobless because of automation. And even if automation is destroyed, because automation is much more cheaper, the product from our company will become much more expensive, and in the end nobody will buy it and everybody goes jobless. Because these people cannot get quality education because of the lack of educators, these guys will turn to crime, they will turn to violence and end up destroying productivity. That is what will happen in the opposition side. We cannot trust them at all, but and they shouldn't be hurt at all. Thank you very much.
Okay, the third speaker from government team spent time 7 minutes 59 seconds. Sorry, 7 minutes 56 seconds. And for the next, I call the third speaker from opposition team to deliver their argument. For opposition team, time is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. So I like to giving to government. I like to giving my rebuttals to the government that said that our argument is wrong. So basically, we know that an aging population is productive, but in this case, this aging population need to retirement. They need to take a break of their life, and if we use an aging population in this era, it will make young generation be an independent person or people. So of course that's two different things that between retirement and productivity. Also, I want to giving my arguments that the main disadvantage of aging population include increase in pension and healthcare costs. Now, in an increase in the proportion of elderly in the population opens question as to how best to finance them after retirement. An increasing number of elderly person means more pension requirements, resulting in an increase the cost to the government and therefore taxpayers. However, the fewer the pension contributors in the country, the more the cost to the citizens to facilitate them after retirement. Older people are more prone to illnesses and ailments, such as increasing number of sick persons will put pressure on healthcare facilities, which might not be able to cope with the demand. like diabetes, hypertension, and cancer increase in likelihood with age. And then I want to say that there will be too many older people with too much market power, too much political influence, with too much momentum to create any other kind of situation. But we know that the next generation, such as young generation, will need to have rethink at any problems and situation that they meet. We need to rely on millennial because they will lead this country in the future, and also believe in millennial. It is important to know that because they have more creativity than aging population, and also millennial have a good spirit than aging population. And also it's important to know that make them learn to be leader in the future, not only listening to aging population that have more experience. And we know that right now the CEO and founder from technology company that hot in this era is from millennial or young generation, because they have a passion to creativity in this era. Maybe young generation want aging population to sharing about their experience, but at the end, it's insignificantly if we say an aging population will be beneficial, because the power and the innovative the use in is from young generation rather than by aging population. So it's mean young generation more beneficial in this era than an aging population. And I think an opposition think it make young generation more independent than if we always use an aging population. And also, furthermore, an aging population also increases competition for jobs, especially if the retirement age is extended. By so doing, the supply of labor increases and young people find it harder to access jobs because older members or older population have longer time to retire. In this case, less innovation and change to take place in organization, as firms and are confident to always to doing things which makes the business less dynamic and absorb technology at a slower place. So it is important to know that young generation more beneficial than an aging population in this era. Thank you. I'm enough. Thank you.
Okay, the third speaker of opposition team spent time 5 minutes 31 seconds. So for the next, I call the replay speaker of opposition team to deliver their conclusion. For opposition team, time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes.
First of all, before we deliver our argument, we would like to thank you for all of the teams. We believe that this debate will be beneficial for us all, despite of the different opinions that we have. So, we from the opposition house the House finds that the government side of the House has been misconception of our arguments, and also missing the point and engagement for the other teams in our team. So our team is, as the conclusion of today's debate, we are discussing about an aging population that will be beneficial. Unfortunately, the first speaker said that the uh, aging population means the higher elderly population than the young generation, and the second speaker again stated that they're not ignoring, but they're making the aging generation as the like as the role model and other. But in the reality, we already stated that we have a different mindset of each generation, such as Gen Z, Millennial, and others, that we live in a different era, different lifestyle, different condition, and we have to adjust with the society needs. So we're talking about also retiring at the aging population. We know that aging population needs to rest. We cannot force them because it is not giving empathy and tolerance to the aging population to always give us advice and giving dependence on them. That this is on the second speaker of our house is already also tell the mechanism of how the productivity of the retirement and the spoiled of the generation, such as they're always been teach about something. They're always been have to know something from the older generation, while they can get it on their like on their own, the information that they can get from their own self. So the adaptiveness, it's not the same like also when the long span retirement also affected the labor from the young generation, such as the new doctors that want to be a professor, but because the professor is still in the place, they cannot get replaced, and the it's reducing the changes of the development of the young generation and the continuity of for the best for next generation, and also monopolizing the job, and also like even if they have long and experiences, but the young generation also need experiences that they have to experience and do it by themselves, not just told, because it's different when you get told and you get to experience it yourself. So we as the opposition of the house, we believe that the younger generation an aging population, we disagree that would be beneficial, because it seems to use the aging population that needs to rest, that need to not to be depends to always uh, uh, like utilize and stuff. I think that's all for all. We as the government, we as the opposition of this house, we oppose the government side of the house and also we oppose this motion as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, the replay speaker of the government team spent time 3 minutes 45 seconds. So for the next, I call the replay speaker of the replay speaker of opposition team spent time 3 minutes 45 seconds. And for the next, I call the replay speaker of government team to deliver their conclusion. And for the government team, time is yours.
Test. I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Panels, this is too late, but their third speaker actually trying to give us an argument that we cannot disprove. But here, they're trying to say that the elderly is burdensome. No, they will become a job opportunities in the end of the day. They will give better opportunity to job vacancy. Even more, there will be less of young people. The automation of the job will be held these cases. I can even elaborate this because of this is actually too late to deliver. Ladies and gentlemen and panels in here, we know that they miss many things, such for example, first, they're not giving us the mechanism on how to solve the high of unemployment problem with high amount of younger age they have. Second, they're not giving the problem solving for the status quo, which is actually the population explosion is happen in our country or even many country in the world, and the number of the children will be raised even more. So they're not giving any problem solving for this. Third, they assume that the younger person will be useless if their amount is small. But ladies and gentlemen, such as what my first speaker already said, that in our side of the house, we already give you an example, such as Japan, who having a good civilization with less younger age, right? Because the elderly will give you many beneficial, as what my speaker already said. Fourth, they just try to deny on the fact that amount of the job vacancy in our country is less than amount of the younger age of they called it the productive age. They actually neglect the fact on how our status quo in our country have no place for this productive age. Yet the elderly is not retired at many company. We should remember that the company is not only about the civil worker or everything else. It's also about the company that raised up by the elderly, such as many company, many startups and many other things. Comparing into our proposal, ladies and gentlemen, remember panels that the mechanism that our first speaker delivered, the government actually already did the birth control to decrease the population of explosion, right? The case is the life expectancy is still low, ladies and gentlemen, because there's no regulation for elderly and there is less amount of regulation to this elderly. So first, we are prioritizing elderly for health access. Second, we give the elderly special insurance for their health and life. And the third one, fund the scientists to improving research about the elderly disease. So this is why our proposal will most likely going to be happen. We give you the reason of why an aging population is important and beneficial, yet we give you the mechanism which can helping our proposal to be happen, ladies and gentlemen. To their scenario, our team already provide you on how most likely our scan give you best and by giving you the worst case and best case scenario. The best scenario, I'm trying to remind you, this elderly could still employ a senior and they can help junior to solve their problem, which is it's not a big deal in the company itself. Even if they're not employed or unemployed and unable to continue this thing, it still be okay because the job vacancy will be open for young adult, which amount isn't really great. The job vacancy the amount of the job vacancy and the younger age is just balancing not what's like status quo right now. And we give you a goodwill for the next civilization because prolonged lifespan will most likely helping all sector, like what I said before, ladies and gentlemen, about the educational, about the health sector, about the economic sector. The an aging population will help you to give more civilization. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, our proposal is still standing. Our proposal could be applied into most likely, and hence we are really proud to winning this debate. Thank you.
Okay, the reply speaker of government team spent time 4 minutes, 16 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of our debate for today. Please give applause to all debaters in this session. And now I would like to inform to all the adjudicators to move to the discussion room 1 to discuss and make up their decision of this session. Once again, and now I would like to inform to all the adjudicators to move to the discussion room 1 to discuss and make up their decision in this session. Thank you.
Recording in
seconds.
progress.
I call reply speaker of opposition side. So to the Mr. Julius Bryan, time is yours.
Okay. Am I audible? Hello. Okay. I will begin my. Is the timer okay? Okay. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges, on my reply speech today, let me reevaluate the debate, go over the clashes, and see which side of the house wins the debate today, right? So on today's debate, I see two major clashes. First being which side of the house ensures better safety and ensurement of body autonomy for women, and secondly, which ensures better lives for both kids and their parents in the future. Okay, let's go over the first clash about better safety and ensurement of body autonomy. Better safety and ensurement of body autonomy for women. Talking about this point, this is the point that government side of the house champions in their arguments today, but still fails to top over opposition case. Their side of the house said that simply due to allowing women to get abortions whenever they want, they are at the pinnacle of body autonomy and whatnot, right? Opposition side of the house tackles this by saying that we still provide abortions for those who regret it, or those who are victims of sexual assault and other unfortunate events. These people will still be catered to and will still be very much and will still be very much likely to be healthy, right? Also, their point about illegal abortions are not going to happen, like government side said, simply because we don't make abortion illegal, right? Abortion will still be legal above a certain threshold. Illegal abortions are much more likely to happen at early pregnancies, but that isn't the debate because we're talking about whether or not late pregnancies should be allowed to be aborted, right? The problem that was never addressed by said government is on how women might actually lose their body autonomy via manipulation from family members or toxic manipulative parents that forces them to abort their kid, right? Even though these women love and want their kids, where is the body autonomy in this case, right? Because this was never depicted to you on how women will actually realistically act in our society, on why late abortions is caused. This was exclusively brought by side opposition, right? On the outside, these women are protected because their kids can now be delivered safely, and even if their partner leaves them due to this, we can still give these women better ensurement from child support that are also ensured by law when we finally implement this limit on abortion, right? Also, they flat out denied on the health risks of having late abortions. Instead of taking the bullet and explaining better why they win, they choose to deny the sciences and risk around this and creates false accusations on why late abortions are still very much safe and whatnot, right? So opposition side of the house wins this point of safety and body autonomy, right? Secondly, talking on which side of the house ensures better lives for both kids and parents. Talking about this clash, opposition's case still stands exclusively and unchallenged by side government. Opposition brings on how having law that limits abortions, we send a stronger message towards future parents to make sure that they want to actually get pregnant, right? To do their researches, to reinforce their desire for kids, to make sure that they are ready, both like financially and mentally, right? This was never tackled by side government on how allowing late abortions never tackled the problem of irresponsible parents that neglect their kids after they were born, right? If you actually we don't see on how allowing late abortions is much more better than simply suppressing abortion rate because we have much more responsible, much more nurturing parents on the side of opposition. Uh, Opposition side of the house also wins this class via those two clashes since we win both of them. I'm proud to oppose. Thank you.
Reply speaker of opposition spent 3 minutes and 44 seconds. I call reply speaker of government, Mrs. Nurhabisa, time is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me run up this debate. Okay, you always ask about the regulation of abortions. All, your argument shows your argument to us. You agree to legalize abortion and talk about rule. We have the rule, and it has been implemented in many countries. In fact, abortion has actually been regulated in the law of on health of 2009 and government medical regulation number 91 of 2014 of reproductive health. Abortion is not permitted except for medical emergency for a mother and baby. For rape victim, for example, pregnancy occur in a woman who is too old to conceive. If the pregnancy is left, it's a fear that it can cause maternal death. But abortion can also be performed at gestational age of less than 8 weeks according to Sarsanto. Medical emergency that do not allow for physical problem but also psychological and social problem. For the reason, before an abortion, the patient must receive counseling conducted by a competent and authorized counselor. In fact, the government has issued regulation of Minister of Health or permanent case number 3 of 2016 concerning training and implementation of abortion service of indication of medical emergency and pregnancy due to rape. The permanent case clarified to produce for abortion in Indonesia. Next, you talk about procedure. We had the regulation regulated by government. You talk about people not wanting to have baby, they can use contraception rather than abort them. Abortion performed by the mother must have been an agreement between the doctor and the pregnant person. Abortion is a safe and legal way to terminate pregnancy. There are two methods of abortions. A drug abortion, also called a medical abortion, or abortion with the pill inflows, taking medication and to the end pregnancy. Expression abortion is a proper clinic to office actual abortion produce take 5 to 10 minutes. A doctor use medical instrument in your vagina and uterus to remove the pregnancy. A return visit are necessary only if you experience problem. So, we strongly agree about this motion, and I continue again about you. We are agree about this motion because all in all your argument shows your argument to us. You agree to legalize abortion and about rule. We have the rule and it has been implemented in many countries. And once again, we are from government team strongly agree about this motion that the government could allow abortion at all stages of pregnancy. Thank you.
The reply speaker of government spent 3 minutes and 32 seconds. That was the end of this debate. Please give applause to all debaters in this round. And now, to all debaters, please to stay in this room, and to all the adjudicators, please go to the discussion room 2 to have a discussion and to make decision of this round. So, to all the judges, you can go to discussion room 2, and to all debaters, please stay in this room. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back to all adjudicators who has discussed about the decision of this session. And so I will let to the adjudicators to give the verbal adjudication. For adjudicators, time is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very happy for all of you to have a very nice and a very live debating contest for this afternoon. As adjudicators, three adjudicators are really happy to see that maybe this session seems like to be a final discussions. And as you know, that during the debate, this is a very good motion. The aging populations should be beneficial for the country. I believe that this is a very nice motions for all of us, and also for me. And as you know, that I was also a debater at the first place. You know, I'm the first champions of debating contest in Hasanuddin during my time, yeah, when I was the student. So I know well about the first time educators one give the winner and one so the first prize debate. The first was number. As stated, some of the, for example, debaters usually they, because of the high debate, they don't pay attention to the high. You know, you, I mean, if you definitely uh, don't have but you will get 0.5, and also and then you get if you try like five, then you also get 0.5. So that's the rule of the game. Don't they give you 5, but you get penalized So at the end of the day, I have announced uh, the educators have done very great judgment, different background. So let's split decision to educators be a winner to opposition. And one affirmative of the report. So also selalu letak time jadi kita
Iya, selalu ini kelebihan faktornya tadi ya. Sebelah sama iya. Masya Allah, alhamdulillah. Dua. Kita terus cuma keberuntungan karena bukan diri tempat Dewi ini dipertemukan beda tapi kok dia imbang ini juga imbang powernya jadi besar
banyak menit kalau anu 7 menit dia cuma 5 menit itu harus
jadi begitu lewat
berarti yang lebih
UNMD menang dari UNMD kurang dari 5
yang apa
ada di sistem tunggu Unpad dan Sambas antara Unpad dan Sambas belum jawab antara Unpad dan Sambas antara apa antara apa Unpad ulangan Unpad Sama saja. Dari awal beda. Siapa yang bikin video? Uci
Selalu ada waktu untuk kita, kini ku sendiri. Dulu kata cinta tak habis tercipta, kini tiada lagi.
Oh, dianya. Jangan.
Okay.
Memang ada. Penonton masih ada 16. Apa yang memang nggak bisa ke atas karena ada mobil. Apa sih? Oh. Sudah berulang ini bosan nanti. Ada banyak video-video edukasi yang baru itu yang di YouTube sudah terupload. YouTube yang coba anu mas YouTube apa? Siapa yang putar? Baru masuk ke dia. Bosan orang di iya. Termasuk di channel YouTube Lab apa? Channel YouTube Lab apa? Lab apa ya? Ya, lab apa? AVA. bahwa nah itu ada yang video keempat nah ini Nabil jerawatan juga
Pokoknya Mbak Teh, apa sih penyebabnya? Sistem imun tubuh adalah sebuah sel organ yang bekerja untuk melawan zat-zat berbahaya yang salah satunya adalah COVID-19. Kuat lemas kita dipengaruhi oleh pola. Dari itu ada 5 langkah cara meningkatkan sistem imun kita. Langkah pertama, biasakan beraktivitas atau berolahraga di pagi hari. Jangan jadi kaum berbahan. Langkah kedua, berjemurlah di bawah matahari pagi selama 5-10 menit. Masih rebahan aja nih. Langkah ketiga, makanlah makanan yang sehat dan bergizi seperti buah-buahan dan sayur-sayuran dan kurangi mengonsumsi junk food. Langkah keempat, tidur dan istirahat dengan cukup minimal 6-8 jam per hari. Jangan begadang nonton film sampai tengah malam ya. Langkah kelima, hindari perilaku merokok. Itu dia tadi 5 langkah cara meningkatkan sistem imun kita. Mari jaga sistem imun kita tidak dari COVID. Ayo meningkatkan sistem imun.
Video berikut lagi yang berbeda itu ya yang pertama sebenarnya
masker juga iya masa dari doang nah teman-teman masker harus menggunakan 2 lapis masker kain bukan pula menggunakan 2 lapis masker medis. Nah yang tepat menggunakan masker medis dahulu dan didouble dengan masker kain. Ini jangan kenakan masker di bawah hidung, dagu, ataupun dahi. Jangan seperti mereka ya. Jangan pula sentuh masker apabila sedang dikenakan. Jika masker yang kamu kenakan basah ataupun sudah kotor, maka segeralah ganti yang baru. Nah, ini dia nih. Teman-teman harus ingat bahwa waktu penggunaan masker maksimal 4 jam. Jadi, apabila masker sudah dikenakan selama 4 jam, segeralah untuk mengganti masker yang baru. Karena menggunakan masker terlalu lama dapat memicu terjadinya infeksi. Kemudian, jika hendak melepas masker yang nantinya akan dipakai kembali, terjadi, maka simpanlah naskah tersebut di kantong atau tas yang bersih. Maskerku melindungi kamu, maskermu melindungi aku.
Hello guys. Oh, jangan wibat coba. Tes, tes. Okay. Hello guys. We will start the grand final round in 5 minutes. Make sure that all of the participants who proceed to the grand final round in here and complete, because there is a information before we start the grand final round. Also, the participants who don't continue their debate into the grand final round, there will be informations before you before we start the grand final round, we will doing a roll call for the teammate or for the team who proceed to the grand final round. First is Unhas 1. Are you here and complete?
Yes, we are here and complete.
Okay. Unpad, are you here and complete? Unpad. Okay, okay. Team who don't proceed to the grand final round, ULM, are you here and complete? At least your representative of your team is here, because we have some announcements about the third winner of this kind of competitions. ULM, are you here and complete? Okay. Sambas 3, are you here and complete? Sorry guys, is Sambas 3 in here? ULM, are you here and complete? Mana ka uun? So for the participant who proceed to the grand final round, we will change the format name for you in order to the mitigate the time. First is first team is Unhas, second is Unpad. So the format name is same before, but the thing is new is about your number team. So first is Unhas, second is Unpad. So we give you chance to change your name in until 5 minutes, for example, maybe. So make sure that you guys already change your name. Thank you. So the informations for team who proceed to the grand final round, which is Samba 3 and OLM, the thing to decide whether or not you are in third winner or not is based on the scoring in semifinal round. So for example, if team A is having a high score rather than team B, so the team A will become a third winner of this kind of competitions. So I repeat again, the committee has already decided to choose the third winner is based on your high scoring in semifinal round. So Willem and Sambas, if you are having a high score in semifinal round, you will become a third winner of this kind of competitions. So thank you. Okay guys, Unhas and Unpad, I think you already changed your name. Unhas in here and complete.
Yes, we are here and complete.
Okay, Unpad, are you here and complete?
Yes, we are here and complete.
Okay, thank you. Before we allocate you into the main room, I will inform you, because this is the special round, because this is the grand final round, all of your debate today will be shown in the Instagram and YouTube. So make sure if you have not internet connection, please open your camera so your face will be seen from your mother, father, and maybe your friends today, because you are in grand final rounds today. So thank you. We will allocate you in several minutes. So this is the matchup for the grand final round. We have Unhas 1 versus Unpad, and the adjudicators is first is Mr. Yusran, second is Miss Laxmin, third is Miss Narti, fourth is Mr. Imam, and the last is Miss Lina. You can take a picture, screenshot to save this kind of picture. Maybe so maybe of you guys see that in grandfather on there will be 5 educators that we judge you in grandfather on. What is the reasons why committee are seeing about this? Because actually we have 9 educators in this kind of competitions, but there will be 2 educators have some their other activity in their life. So these 2 educators is not available for this kind of debate today. But and the last educators, we don't allocate them into the grand final rounds, because if we allocate them, there will be 6 educators in grand final round. So maybe if there is enough educators, there is not there will be unfair educators towards in this kind of grand final round. So this is the information. I think guys you understand what I say. Thank you.
Before we start, please to all the debaters to open the camera. I repeat again, before we start, please to all debater to open the camera. I repeat again, before we start, please to all debaters to open the camera. Welcome to all adjudicators and all debaters in this room. First of all, I will read the curriculum vitae of our adjudicators for today. The first is Mr. M. Yusran Amir, SKM, MPH. Education background, Bachelor degree of Health Administration and Policy, Public Health Faculty of Hasanuddin University, and Master degree of International Health, Royal Tropical Institute, Amsterdam. And current position as a lecturer of Health Administration and Policy Department of Public Health Faculty of Hasanuddin University. The second adjudicators is Mr. Andi Imam Arundana, SGZ, MPH. Education background, Bachelor of Nutrition Public Health Faculty of Hasanuddin University, Master degree of Public Health Sciences Medical Faculty of Gadjah Mada University, and current position as a lecturer at Public Health Faculty of Hasanuddin University. Our third adjudicators is Mrs. Narti Prihartini, STMT, education background, Bachelor degree of Informatic Engineering, Universitas Tanjung Pura, and Master degree of Informatic Software Engineering, Institut Teknologi Bandung. And current position as a lecturer and head of Language Center Politeknik Negeri Sambas. And our third adjudicators is Mrs. Dr. Laksmin Kadir MKes, education background, Bachelor of Biology STKIP Gorontalo, and Master degree of Medical Sciences Erlangga University Surabaya, and doctoral program Medical Sciences of Erlangga University Surabaya. Current position as a lecturer at Public Health Department Faculty Sport and Health Sciences of Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. And our fourth adjudicators is Mrs. Dwi Lina Suswardani, SKM MPH, education background, D3 Kesehatan Lingkungan Poltekkes Semarang, S1 jurusan AKK Universitas Diponegoro, and Master Degree School of Population Health, Faculty of Health Sciences, University of Queensland. And current position as a lecturer at Public Health Department Medical Sciences Faculty of Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Before we start the session, I will raffle the team to choose which one is the government side or the opposition side. And the winner will have advantage to choose what side they want to have and to choose the motion. So let's start from the team Unhas and team Unpad. And the winner is team Unpad. I will let team Unpad to decide what side they want to have. For the team Unpad, what side do you want to choose?
We choose opposition.
Pardon me?
We choose opposition.
So based on decision, team Unpad choose an opposition side. It means the team Unhas is a government side. And next, we offer 3 motions, and we will give chance to the team Unpad to choose number from 1 to 3 to pick the motion.
We choose number 2.
Team Unpad choose the motion 2. So the motion for today is government should increasing the premi JKN. I will repeat. So the motion for today is government should increasing the premi JKN.
Abel, should increase saja deh, tidak ada ingnya. Should increase the premium of JKN.
So we will repeat the nouns of our motion. So the motion for today is government should increase the premi JKN. And we will give of each team 10 minutes to prepare your case. And the time start from now. As the time is gone, please to all the representative of each team to give the name, the first speaker, the second speaker, the third speaker, and the reply speaker. For the representative of Unhas team, please give the name of the first speaker, second speaker, third speaker, and the reply speaker.
It's already 10 minutes, so we will start the debate now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to finals round of English debate competition this Natalies FKM Unhas 39. Let me introduce myself. My name is Abel Yeheskel Smulang, will be served as a chairperson, and Latifa Nur Fauzia as a timekeeper in this room. Our motion today is government should increase the premi JKN. Today, teams will be competing in this room are Team Unhas as a government side and Team Unpad as an opposition side. The first speaker from government side is Mrs. Ignacia Corina. The second speaker of government side is Mrs. Nurul Inayah. And the third speaker of the government side is Mrs. Preti Teresia. And the reply speaker of government side is Mrs. Ignacia Corina. And the first speaker of opposition side is Mr. Katami. And the second speaker of opposition side is Mr. Julius Brian. And the third speaker of opposition side is Mr. Marvel Ademius. And the reply speaker from the opposition side is Mr. Julius Brian. During this debate, please silence your mobile phone or any devices which will create disturbing sound, and do not communicate with other audiences, and do not get out of this room during the speaker deliver his or her speech. For duration of speech, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the first minute. It means the speaker have 6 minutes left to deliver his or her argument. The second, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the third minute. It means POI or interjection is allowed. The third, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room once at the 6th minute. It means POI or interjection is not allowed, and the speaker have 1 minute left to deliver his or her argument. And the fourth, the timekeeper will reminding at chat room twice at 6 minutes 50 seconds and continuously after 7 minutes. It means speaker should finish his or her speech soon. For the speaker who want to give POI or interjection, please unmute yourself and say POI directly. POI is allowed in the 3rd minute until 6th minute with maximum time 15 seconds. The speaker can receive or not receive the first and the second POI, but the third POI must be received by the speaker, and the next POI can be submitted after 30 seconds of previous POI. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I open this debate by call the speaker of the order. I call the first speaker of government, Mrs. Ignacia Corina. Time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So before we deliver our arguments, we would like to declare the definition of the motion. First is the keywords of government. Government means is the system of a group of people governing or an organized community generally within a country, while increasing means becoming greater in size, amount, or degree, and growing. So we can see that increasing the premi means to JKN. So what is JKN? To ensure the inception of national health insurance of universal health coverage, or UHSC, as mandated by the 1945 Constitution of Republic of Indonesia and Law number 40 of 2004 regarding the national social security system, hereafter referred as DFN. The government launched the national health insurance, or So this system requires all individuals to join and be covered by the program. So universal health coverage aims to ensure that comprehensive, high-quality health services are equally accessible to the entire population. So to the higher background of the status quo, we would like to emphasize that the GCAN is launched early in 2014, while that Indonesia had 4 large health insurance providers managed by the government at the central and local levels, namely the first name Jamkesmas, or public health insurance, Jamkesta, or regional health insurance, ASKES, or health insurance for civil servants and the military, and also the Jamsostek, or the healthcare social security program for employees. So ladies and gentlemen, these providers differ in their benefit packages and in the size of the contributions, and also in their system for making the contribution. Well, we're gonna focus here because the topic of the motion is increasing the premium, which is surely be in the ASKES or health insurance, such as BPJS or Badan Kesehatan. Badan the Social Security administrating body, or by the financial that cured by the health problem that could solve the health problem, that the BPJS premi, the BPJS premi is should be increased here. There are 3 types or BPJS. The first is Premi 1, Premi 2, and Premi 3. And why this should be increased? Because we would like to deliver our arguments that it should be increased. The first is as the completion execution for all the health welfare in the community nationally. How is this happen? Indonesia has really different area and region which is not all accessible and also equal one in each other. For example, we would like to give for example for Jakarta, there or in Java, the or in a big city, all of the health insurance is guaranteed, and there you can access hospital, you can go, you can see clinic there. But while in the some regional city, like or country, maybe like Papua or some kind of small city, you cannot access the health facilities, which is the basic condition and needs of the human, and it is also human rights and the government guarantee to provide the health welfare and the well-being for us all as the goals for our constitution. So the health care, the the healthcare this in this time of GKN, how is the mechanism of increasing the premium would react to increasing the quality of the equality of the welfare of health status in the nationally. So by increasing the premium, we could get the foundation and also the budget. So as the government as the main actor could manage it and building more health facilities in small country, in small cities, and also within the countries, and it's all distributed equally. They can also the infrastructure that they have to build. Of course, it would be a generally big contribution because money is the source, of course, in building all of the things that need, and also the human resources fund too. So looking at this, we believe that in the completion of the helper community, such as government increasing the premi, and the community and the society of all unaccessed area will could get the services, so could get the help and by could get the help hopefully. The next arguments will deeply explain in the second and third speech. Thank you very much.
The first speaker of government side spent 6 minutes and 23 seconds. I call the first speaker of opposition, Mr. Katami. The time is your.
Okay, that's am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. It seems like the government side of the House failed to actually analyze the real core problem that existing in this debate, right? Because notice on how the only goals coming from the government side of the House is they want to make sure that infrastructure of this healthcare system can be as accessible as possible to a lot of areas, especially like area that hard to reach here in Indonesia at the very beginning. But the question will be, if they really want to solve that, the question is why increasing the premium of BPJS is the only way for us to actually do that to the very beginners, right? As the opposition side of the House, we believe that this is something that's very dangerous to the very beginners, right? Because the moment that you try to increase the accessibility of infrastructure through making the accessibility of the JKN itself is lower, because a lot of people will not able to afford it, it will only make a lot more healthcare system not to be accessible for everyone, regardless of where they are. Because a lot of poor people are also exist in Jakarta. A lot of poor people are also exist in Bandung. And if they cannot actually like access this healthcare system because they cannot afford JKN, then how can the infrastructure that government side house want to build here can be used to the very beginning, right? So therefore, judge, if you want to make sure that everyone would have the accessibility to healthcare system, don't even try to actually like consider the cases of government side house, because the only thing that they do is to only increase the price, which makes it even more inaccessible for a lot of people. I'm going to talk about two major things here. I'm going to talk about the value of the government and why the value of JKN cannot be changed here. And second, I'm also going to talk about the further impact here in this debate. But before that, I think I do not see any timer here. So please show me the timer, please. So yeah, going to the first point of arguments about the government value. I think everyone will agree, and it's also written on the Indonesian Constitution, chapter 27, paragraph 2, and also on chapter 28A, that the government are responsible to actually make sure that everyone have a good life. For examples, right? It includes healthcare system, good living, healthy lifestyle, and etc. At the very beginning, right? That's also the very basic reason why JKN actually exists at the very beginning, right? So that the government can actually like make sure everyone have a good quality of life to the very beginners, right? Quality of life to the very beginners, right? The moment that the governments at the house want to increase the price of JKN, of course, a lot of people that currently living in a poor conditions, they're currently like working 9 to 5 with barely any payment. For the example, is like hard worker, farmer, a sailor, for the examples, right? Where they cannot actually like provide a high price of what you call it, JKN, for examples, right? And another insurance, for the examples, right? It shows you that the moment that the government are actually increasing the price of this JKN, it will only make them not in line with their responsibility as the government, which is to actually like ensure everyone to actually have this good quality of life, healthcare system, and nursing like it. And second layer, I'm also going to talk about what is actually the value of BPJS as the company that actually run this JKN, right? BPJS is actually created, and it's also in line with their vision and mission on their social media and their website, that they are created to actually like improve the accessibility of healthcare system to everyone, regardless of their economic status to the very beginners, right? It shows you that the moment that the government side ad hocs are actually like want to increase the price of JKN to the point showing that maybe a lot of people that currently living in poor conditions cannot actually afford it. For the examples, they're not in line with the value of BPJS to the very beginners, right? Showing to you guys why should we actually do this coming from the government side at the house here to the very beginners, right? They're not even in line with the responsibility of the government. They're not in line with the value and vision and mission of BPJS to the very beginners, right? Second, I'm going to talk about the further impact. What will happen if a lot of poor people cannot actually like access this healthcare system provided by the JKN to the very beginners, right? The narration would be like this. Imagine if you are a father, for the example, you need to work very hard to actually fulfill your son's daily needs, schools, and etc. to the very beginners, right? You're working as a sailor, as a farmer, or even and any other hard labor, for the examples, right? It's very hard for you to actually like afford good lifestyle for your family. The moment that the moment that the government are actually like increasing the price of JKN, the premium of JKN, of course, it will be very hard for you, right? Because you need to take care of a lot of things, and the government are only making it harder for you. The moment that you fell sick because you need to work hard and still provide a lot for your family, of course, you will feel very tired, right? You're very prone to be sick. The moment that you're sick and you cannot go to hospital because you cannot afford the kind to actually cover that, I think it will be hard. Not only for you because you are going to suffer your day in sickness, but it will also be hard for your son that still needs you to provide for them to the very beginners, right? It shows you that the moment that we follow the arguments coming from the government side of the house, it will not only be hard for poor people, but it can also create more generations of poverty. That at the end of the day, if we are following the Indonesian Constitution number 18, year 1953, where poor people is the responsibility of the government, it means that the mechanism coming from the government side of the house will only increase the burden, will only increase the responsibility of the government without giving the mechanism on how we can actually help a lot of poor people to access healthcare to the very beginning, right? Maybe the opposite side of the house when it came saying that we can improve the quality of healthcare system and things like that to the very beginning, right? We believe that it will still not going to be able to the very beginning, right? Because JKN are created to be a universal healthcare coverage, so just like the government side of the house is already talked about to the very beginning, right? So if you want to have a better healthcare system, for example, don't go to JKN, but go to private insurance company, for examples, right? So therefore, I think it's a very exclusive coming from the government side of the house. They do not have any urgencies on why we should actually like try to really urgent things that we need to actually like increase the price of JKN, that they want to raise a lot of poor people to not be able to access JKN. Therefore, as the opposite side of the house, I'm very proud to speak in the grand final. Thank you.
The first speaker of opposition spent 6 minutes and 37 seconds. I call second speaker of government, Ms. Nurul Inayah. The time is yours.
First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Nah, gimana
Please
dong?
start,
Ayo.
Mrs. Inayah.
Um, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So before I jump to my argument, I would like to give some rebuttal to the previous speaker from the opposite team that has been mentioned about the increasing of the premium of JKN will affect to the accessibility of JKN itself. But okay. but in another side of that, we already know maybe by the opposite team hasn't been really fully understand of the new regulation of the JKN itself, that if the society itself doesn't have hasn't have the much of that money, they can also propose to lowering their cost, so it still can be really accessible to all the uh, to all the to all the society of our citizen in Indonesia. Besides of that, we have to know that what was actually the reason, what was actually the very first reason the JKN itself going to increasing the premium of JKN itself. So actually, it was actually based on the background where JKN have a really quiet mystic system where they put the underprice for the class for the independent class, which it was the reason why for the very first reason the JKN get deficit. But over that, if we're keeping on this, if we're keeping on this where we underpricing the premium of the JKN itself, it will be really bad for the long term condition where as we have to know that the demanding of the health facility itself really need, it's always increasing over a years. So it's not like for the 10 for the like 4 years ago, it's really different for the amount of budgeting of the hospital facility. So over that, the JKN itself has to be adaptive to it, so it can ensuring that it can be ensuring the sustainability of the JKN itself. That is why it's really needed. It's really needed, and this is one of the ways of the solution to keep the sustainability of JKN itself. Because as we know that JKN is one of the way of our government to ensuring the accessibility of health the accessibility and also the accessibility of health facility to our citizen. When we're not keep the sustainability of JKN, it will be really harmful for our society where they didn't have the exact insurance for their health, and also like for the if they getting sick, and also if they couldn't have any more budgeting for that. So JKN is really need, that is why JKN it has to be getting the increasing of the price of that. Another than that, uh, this is this is really neat because the current condition, and the current condition of Indonesia itself need to make the disciplinary of all the people who's not obey the JKN regulation. That is why by increasing the premium of JKM, it will be make the user of JKN that were obeying that not obeying the rule of JKN, we're going to be more put attention on that, because they have to budgeting a lot on that, so that because so that they can feel like having more pressure over that, and then they will be more into to really obeying the rules of the JKN. So this is why. So the my very first speaker has been mentioned about the very first one is to increasing the quality of the JKN itself, and another side, we want to keep the sustainability of our health system to ensuring the welfareness of our society, which to ensuring their health facility. And besides of that, the deficit has to be really solved very soon, because some of the hospital has been getting not paid, which it can cause the bankruptcy, or even like a collapse of the hospital or the health center, which if it's not being paid as soon as possible, it will be really harmful for the health facility, the health facility availability. Maybe that's all from me. Back to the chair. Thank you.
The second speaker of government span, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. I call the second speaker of opposition side, Mr. Julius Bryan. Time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Before going to my argument, several points of rebuttal towards of the government side of the house, right? First, they stated on how premi can still be reduced by people making requests, so this thing is still accessible, right? We say that this is where government statement falls short, right? The question becomes why accessibility needs to have a prerequisite, right? Why can't accessibility be actually accessible to everyone? The fact that the premi increase means that it will increase for people. Government side of the house can't just say that it will be lowered because it's quite impossible for the lowering request to be achievable by everyone. Again, government side falls short in their response towards my first speaker. My first speaker already characterized the actors of today's debate, being those who are less privileged, those who have tight working schedules, those who cannot go to the camat and take care of the BPJS request that will take a long time because these kinds of requests do take a long time, right? I feel like everyone knows this. It's not something that you can go to the camat once, but no, you have to sacrifice your work time, something that these people cannot go through because, they have families to feed and whatnot. Secondly, their point about debt and how debt is very bad. We agree that debt is very bad, but at the end of the day, countries do have debt and debt is a very normal thing to have, right? Again, at the end of the day, the burden of proof under government side of the house is why then covering that needs to be is worth the sacrificing a lot of people, especially people who are the most vulnerable into this debate, being those who are less privileged, right? Uh, uh, Further points of rebuttal integrated in my argument. Two things I'll explain in my speech today. First, I explain an extension towards my first speaker on why it is inherently wrong. Secondly, and why the change wouldn't be proportional anyway, right? First, why it is inherently wrong. What government side of the house champions is inherently wrong. They want to shift the blame of having a good medical infrastructure from the government's responsibility to the people's responsibility. Like my first speaker already said, the health and welfare of the people is the state's responsibility and not the people's, right? Especially keep in mind on how the ones being targeted to have this responsibility are those who are essential workers in our society. Those small UMKM owners, farmers, fishermen, other work fields who are the most likely to contribute to the country's GDP and welfare through basic necessities are the ones who are being held most responsible to feel the increase of the premium, right? We think that these people already have a hard life, providing important necessities for people all around the country, for people in the cities. But again, they don't have that much pay. And now you want these people to be targeted towards this high increase in premium, right? We say no. So what's our solution to this? We say that government of a state should refocus their budgeting to people's healthcare if they truly want to. We say that a government of a state could refocus their budgeting and whatnot if they truly wanted to care about people's healthcare, right? Instead of focusing the blame to the people and like that's such a cop out answer, right? Better upping the economy to refocus import and export activities to again shift those money to the medical industry and whatnot, reduce military funding and whatnot. There's a lot of things that we can do instead of blaming people who are already very vulnerable, who are already very much struggling in our current society, right? We have seen example of countries that have universal free healthcare. This isn't to say that implementation of universal free healthcare could be realized in Indonesia as of now, but the steps to reach that goal is definitely not to increase premium price to those who need it the most. Secondly, second argument, why the change wouldn't be proportional anyway? BPJS is different with other insurance companies because it is state-run, meaning that it has higher likelihood and possibility of cooperation with hospitals and other medical fields. They have bigger bargaining power, meaning that they are able to cut bills better compared to private-owned insurance and achieve the main goal of BPJS better. Again, like my first speaker already stated, the main goal of BPJS is different compared to other private-owned insurance companies in that the goal isn't to seek profit like private insurance companies, but it's to ensure the welfare and well-being of its citizens to its utmost capabilities. This is to say that with the goal combined and the nature of how they have bigger bargaining power, being a state-run organization, it's much more justified for BPJS to keep the rates low, especially considering on how the change wouldn't be proportionate anyway. This is to say that the increase in tax wouldn't be fully able to keep up with the debt, but only cut its costs slightly, right? But it will be felt much more heavily to those who are less privileged, these people who in this debate needs it the most. Judges, keep in mind that the people who need BPJS the most aren't the ones that demand VIP rooms in hospital or air-conditioned waiting rooms, but they are those who wouldn't mind waiting hours in line simply because they need treatment above anything else, right? These people are not picky, meaning that, you know, what is increasing the tax gonna do? Like, we still don't truly understand that, right? We don't see why increasing the premium, why increasing the premium in BPJS will lead to actual useful changes for these people when the only thing they need is treatment, right? They don't need anything super fancy. Another thing to point out is how those who are already privileged, those who government side of the house might want to target this higher tax too for better distribution later on doesn't exist, right? Those who are already privileged prefers to have private run insurance companies, meaning that better distribution wouldn't happen anyway. But they aren't just simply damaged, but they are simply just damaging those who are not privileged. Yeah, PY.
POI.
Yeah.
So you were mentioning about you didn't see the effect of the increasing the premium of the JKN will going to be effective for the effective way to keep the JKN itself. But I've been mentioned before, but the increasing for the premium itself, it's going to keeping the sustainability of JKN itself, because the current condition in the status quo is JKN is getting deficit, which they are nearly to be bankrupt. So we did
I think
really
it's
need.
15 seconds already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So if your problem is that BPJS will go bankrupt because we don't have higher taxes, we say that if you want BPJS to not go bankrupt, you have to hire the premium so high to a point where it's not universal healthcare anymore. It's just a private institution. We don't understand at the end of the day, it's still government's responsibility to take care of these problems, not put the blame on the people. Proud to oppose. Thank you.
The second speaker of opposition side spent 7 minutes 1 second. I call the third speaker of government side to Miss Pretty Teresia. Time is yours. To Miss Pretty, are you audible?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes.
So I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So I like to giving my arguments from this motion that government should increasing the premium of JKN. So the currently amount of that dues is not sufficient for funding the JKN program, whether it's an independent participant fee as well as contribution assistance recipient. Okay. I'm sorry, Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, and time is still go on. Please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes.
That's why in 2014, expenses of BPJL's health.
So there's a bad connection.
From
Okay, please continue, Miss Pretty.
So
So
this I will
I will
repeat it
repeat it
because
because
I have
I
a
have
bad
a bad
network.
network.
That's
That's
why
why
in
in 2014, expenses of BPJS Health to pay service health is greater than the total contribution received. This condition is certainly not healthy and can be threatening program continuity. So increasing fees, participants are a must and need cooperation of all parties to determine the amount while the premium JKN is increased. So the facilities, there are 5 principles that can be used to provide it to better than before, and of course this will beneficial to JKN customers. Of course, so improving the quality of health service is something that must be continuously with, and all parties on and all parties have a big role to make it happen and formulate the amount of the contribution which must be sufficient to fund all costs competitive to avoid so that JKN is not considered an inferior product and the reasonable or rational so as to be able to pay for health facilities with reasonable equity and also futuristic. Not only that, the fee of JKN is so important. Why? Because it will make JKN's customer more disciplined because government know that JKN customer all not routine in paying bills, the JKN each other. And also if the customer of JKN didn't want to pay the increased fee, they even can choose to a lower class if they still want to be a JKN customer. Not only that, before JKN is increased, JKN just reached approximately approximately 82% health organization in Indonesia, and just a few places reach with in a rural place. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the main goals or main purpose of the JKN is reach all of the areas in Indonesia with fair in all citizens in Indonesia. So from this one of the purpose in JKN that increase the fees, JKN can reach 100% of the better health organization in all of Indonesian areas so that all of citizens in Indonesia can receive a good service in all of Indonesian areas such as in rural area. So government needs to reformation such as to increase the fee of JKN so that deficit cannot swell or this deficit not increase in year after year along with increase in quality and quantity of health organization, health quality, health quantity, and many more. So we from government hope that the deficit experienced by BPJS Kesehatan will not happen again after the government provide bail out these funds, and so that from government I'm enough.
The third speaker of government spent 5 minutes and 21 seconds. I call the third speaker of opposition, Mr. Marvel Ademeus. The time is yours.
Halo, apakah suaranya terdengar?
Yes, you're audible.
Kasih waktu sebentar. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Honorable judges, speakers, member of the House, before I'm jumping to my questions that I'm going to answer in my speech, let me give you some responses and rebuttals toward affirmative team. They claim that in the third speaker, she said that deficit and all the kind of issue under the revitalization of Indonesia won't gonna happen because they increase the amount of like premi of JKM. I wanna respond several things. The first one, we think that most cases and study research in Indonesia itself shows that deficit is mostly caused by the failure of money allocation, right? Issues such as corruption that existing in your nearest local government, for example, this kind of people that that is sitting in the local council or we call it DPR in here are mostly the kind of people that actually holding the money. So if you're saying the causal amount of deficit is caused by people are not paying tax, for example, this is not the main cause of this. This is being caused issues like corruption, which under yours of the House never been tackled, right? But second, we also want to respond that because she said that most people needed to be in our side and we need to citizen to fight for the deficit. Therefore, we are pushing people to pay much more to the premium. We say to you, educator, most people in the citizen of Indonesia, especially, will not be in your side. Because as you say, most citizens will fight together. But right now, the issue and the problem of this is people are fighting together against corrupted government, which is some people will taking BPJS as part of government. Therefore, as for this argument to fly, they need to characterize why then all layer of citizen in Indonesia will likely to actually be in your side. Therefore, we should not count this argument at all. I'm going to answer several questions in my speech. First, regarding do lower income people able to fulfill and pay the increasement of this JKN? We told you, principle and justifically in law system Indonesian, it literally states in Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan number 40 in 2012, in which it regulates the government to cater and care about poor people that have the accountability in providing inclusive financial help to these people from JKN program and whatnot and etc. And Indonesian Constitution as well, Chapter 27, paragraph 2, in paragraph 28A, that you're explicitly claiming that poor people, those who stay in lower class, need to be given plentiful in financial, right? This is to show you the government in Indonesia, in and of itself, these people have the tendency to fulfill, to have less like that tendency to fulfill access to healthcare system. We can see that these people are the demography of people that when they go to hospital, they're shocked because they see the price of medication and access to operation, to doing amputation, etc. is not accessible. But the question that I'm going to answer in this question, how does this issue is worse and bad under affirmative team? Two things. The first one, increasing of premi JKN, meaning those people who are already subscribing and paying to BPJS for years are going to be so hard in complying and keep paying the premi for constantly months, for example. This means their basic necessities such as buying rice, buying groceries, vegetable, fruits are going to be so hard to fulfill because they will think I need to pay for my premi first before fulfilling my basic food. Therefore, issue that is being caused by disease and that occur by not being able to consume proper amount of nutrition and calories will appear in this kind of circumstances. Citing from Morinaga Platinum research, this is like kwashiorkor, marasmus, because of malnutrition, vitamin lacking as well, such as diseases and health public problem, because they lack vitamin, right? This to extent will cause disease and health public problem under affirmative world for these poor people is worse. And plus, since these people have no access because they increase the price, the likelihood to more disease happen under their side is worse, right? But second of all, increasing the prime of this argument shows you that the budgeting that they provide in government team is not enough and have not fully solved the health problem. The moment you're fixing hospital infrastructure and doing monetization here and there, but the fact in the field showing that most people are still suffering with malnutrition because it's not accessible anymore, there's no manifestation, there's no use of it, right? Third of all, increasing the premi JKN will make these people to go short loan and borrow money here and there because they have no more access. This is also why not only they make healthcare problem system worse, but also they are worsening the economy for these people, right? But what do we hear from second speaker of affirmative team? He said that if society don't have the money to subscribe, they can request lower from the government, right? First of all, I think they need to long bureaucratical system, right? For example, you need to go to your nearest office, but tomorrow they told you to go to this place.
public, which I know for all of us, I think it's quite complicated, bureaucratical process, right? But second of all, I think that if these people, second of all, government needs to have think that these people need to have stable job. But these people do not have stable job. Government must check and keep seeing if these people have stable financial job, right? The background job, the job checking, in which so hard to overlook. But the second question that I'm going to answer in my speech as well, how opposition team give better solution for healthcare system. Under our side, we cater to issues that circulated to problematic corrupted government that oftentimes take BPJS money from premi and manipulate it to their own greed and lust. So first of all, in order for government team's argument to fly, they have to explain why the likelihood to not corrupt the money is there, right? Because yes, let's take their best case. Let's say all people are successfully paid to this premi, but the likelihood for that amount of money to be manipulated and corrupted by the government is there, because government now will think that, say, we have more money allocation from this premi. This is the right and strategic time for me as corrupted government to take 40% of this money and allocate it in my bank. Exactly because we portray and characterize to you how problematic Indonesian government is in this case. In order for affirmative team to become the champion of this competition, they need to explain to us why the trade-off of corruption is not going to happen. So adjudicator, how this issue is resolved under opposition team. Two things. We want to fix the corruption nature more being caused in Indonesian government by increasing the public scrutiny everywhere. What does this will extend to? More better money allocation to BPJS. These two extents, we also give you faster and more resolvement to public health. So when they say they want to give revitalization better, that's going to happen instead in our way, because we actually want to focus on the corruption, and therefore, hence the money allocation that's coming from tax, coming from BPJS is important. But second of all, we say to you that under this of the house, the likelihood for people to pay for this premi is going to be so hard, exactly because people are already paying tax. They think I already pay, for example, like 100K for my tax, but I need to suddenly pay for my prem again. This is the biggest question they need to ask in order for people to actually vote for your side and actually want to pay for the premi. For all those reasons that I mentioned above, we actually have proved you widen the likelihood of this premi JKN. Increasing it won't like to be solutioning or like to be productive. Hence, we are very, very proud to oppose the motion. Thank you.
The third speaker of opposition spent 7 minutes and 1 seconds. I call reply speaker of opposition, Mr. Julius Bryan. Time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Judges, to reevaluate debate, I like to go over the clashes from today's debate and reevaluate which side of the house wins the big clashes of today's debate, right? On today's debate, I see two main points being brought up. First, which better caters to the people, and secondly, whether or not this is the responsibility of the state or the people itself, right? Okay. Let's go over the first and main clash of today's debate, which better caters to the people. Let's have an overview of both sides' solution to today's debate. Government side of the house proposes higher premi because it can lead to better infrastructure through better distribution. The first problem with this statement is that they self-contradict themselves here. They stated that they want to have better infrastructure, but also want to prevent BPJS from going bankrupt, from like too many debt. These two things cannot stand together. One of them needs to go. If they want to prevent bankruptcy, it translates into higher premi for the people without them actually getting an upgrade in medical service. If they want to increase infrastructure, they neglect the debt problem in the same way that they're trying to say debt is bad towards our side of the house. So their stance into this debate is already very wishy-washy on which problem they actually want to tackle into this debate. Another thing is that opposition also already tackles this issue very sufficiently by saying that the main consumer of BPJS are those who are less privileged, right? This is to say that better distribution is unlikely to happen because they don't have much capital to begin with. So that argument don't stand at all in today's debate. Instead, opposition comes in and say that we prefer to focus on people's welfare simply because it's the responsibility of the state, simply because it's much easier to do so through the solutions that we already brought up on the previous speakers. This extends to the second clash. Talking about whether or not this is the responsibility of the state or the people, right? The answer is clear. It's opposition's. In that, it's the state's responsibility to take care of the people. The clash above already explained on why it's ineffective and damaging to put the responsibility in the common people, right? Added to that is the simple unjustification of to put responsibility to those who are hurt and need it the most. People who contribute the most to a country's basic necessities like rice and food and whatnot, people who are those same people who contribute the most are struggling financially, right? Even though they contribute the most towards a country's GDP, is now responsible to feel the effect of the larger premi simply because government side of the house want to reduce BPJS step according to government's insight. We don't see why this is justified. Government still fail to prove on why cutting BPJS debt is worth and or justified sacrificing the common people, especially when the solution brought by opposition is very clear. We want better budgeting and simply putting the government accountable to take care of its people through better universal healthcare. This solution is already very apparent under opposition side. That's why we are proud to people. We are proud to oppose. Thank you.
The reply speaker from opposition side spent 3 minutes and 4 seconds. I call reply speaker of government, Mrs. Ignacia Corina. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So before I don't read over our arguments, I would like to thanks for all the educators and also the committee and also the other teams, both of the teams for today's discussion. It has been a really, if despite of the different opinions, it has been a really insightful discussion. So regarding to the previous speaker, we would like to strengthen and clarify some statements of we believe that our motion would likely needs to happen, and we agree with that because the premise of JKN should be increased because JKN is a guarantee or insurance which is not forced to everyone, and everyone is not forced to pay JKN. We as the government team provide solution for the society so that they can fully all have the guarantee and also answerings in their healthcare. Even though we know that in the reality and the status quo that Indonesia has a lot of corruption, and as the opposition has said, but that's a different cases to be solved. This is we need to increase JKN, as the my second speaker said that uh, to uh, to um, to defend the situation right now, to defend the status quo so that the JKN will not go bankrupt. Because why? If JKN go bankrupt, there will be more effects, that adverse effect that's going to happen to Indonesia. A lot of people lost their guarantee, lost their suddenly they lost their insurance and all. So in order to defend the sustainability of this organization, we would like to provide. We as the government team has to increase the premium. And it's not the premium, and the premium, of course, as my previous speaker said, that it can be adjusted with the condition of the participant, and not to increase the motion itself, it not increased like significantly so that the person itself cannot pay it anymore. The participant of the GKN, of course, have to commit, and they know that they can know that they can pay it, or if they can pay it, then they will be non-active participant. And the non-active participant um, uh, uh, could uh, could be covered and also help, because there are a lot of things that happen in Indonesia and unexpectedly, and this is why we offered to increase the premium to equally and defend the status quo so that all of um, the health care in Indonesia or the facility not collapse suddenly. We also like to give on why the JKN should be increased. It might, as the opposition team, it might not agree with all of the community because who wants to increase their fee. All of the Indonesian both rich and poor want to have want to pay as low as they can. But unfortunately, as you know, we have give and take we have give and take system here. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. And we're a democracy. In the democracy country, of course, we prioritize the welfare of the community nationally than our individual needs. And this is what we need to consider, that increasing the JKN does not mean that everyone will go bankruptcy as well. And it also have another things that we will help the others, like the poor one, because it's been covered by the people who can pay it. And it's not something that unnecessarily the motion itself have to be disagreed with, because it can be adjusted, and the people participant could be pay it justly. And like where you pay it okay, I think that's all for my argument. So we strongly agree with this motion that this premise should be increased, because it also bring the positive and defend the status quo. Thank you very much.
The reply speaker of government spent 4 minutes and 15 seconds. That was the end of this debate. Please give applause to all debaters in this round. And now, please all debaters to stay in this room and let adjudicators to discuss and make up their decision. So all adjudicators, please go to discussion room 1. Thank you so much. So we will have a rest time for 15 minutes. So please to all debaters to go back and prepare yourself in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Ika. Ayam Ji. Oh, kasih sama Miki sama. Ayam goreng Ki sama 3. Ayam bebek saya. Tidak jika apa. Siapa itu?
Ini lucu banget nih. Ada sobat Shopee. Maaf ya, aku lagi belanja keperluan sebelum.
Bunga indah cantik berseri, kulit putih bersih merahnya pipimu. Dia Aisyah putri Abu Bakar, istri Rasulullah. Sungguh sweet Nabi mencintamu, hingga Nabi minum di bekas bibirmu. Bila marah Nabi kan bermanja, mencubit hidungnya. Aisyah, romantisnya cintamu dengan Nabi. Dengan baginda kau pernah main lari-lari, selalu bersama hingga ujung nyawa kau di samping Rasulullah. Aisyah, sungguh manis oh sirah kasih cintamu, bukan persis novel mula benci jadi rindu. Kau istri tercinta, ya Aisyah ya Humairah, Rasul sayang Rasul cintamu. Oh sungguh sweet Nabi mencintamu, hingga lelah Nabi baring di jilbabmu. Seketika kau pula bermanja, mengikat rambutnya. Aisyah, romantisnya cintamu dengan Nabi. Dengan baginda kau pernah main lari-lari, selalu bersama hingga ujung nyawa kau di samping Rasulullah. Aisyah, sungguh manis oh sirah kasih cintamu, bukan persis novel mula benci jadi rindu. Kau istri tercinta, ya Aisyah ya Humairah.
Tinggalkan blotting paper. L'Oreal Paris Crystal Gel Cream 8 jam oil control menyamarkan tampilan pori.
Butuh cepat. Permisi, Grab Mart.
Breathe in 숨을 내쉬고 두려움에 맞설 때 내게 들려온 한마디 조금 더 힘을 내라고 안개 속에 가려져 한 줄기 빛도 없이 고민하고 또 고민했었어 오늘의 나를 위해서 남과 다른 시선에 또다시 뒤처지는 그런 날들에 반대로 나를 일으켜 달려나가
Before we start the session, please to all the participants to open the camera, and to all the educators and to all the audience to open the camera. I repeat again, before we start, before we hear the deliberation, please to all the participants and to all the adjudicators and to all the audience to open the camera. I repeat again, before we start, please to all the participants to open the camera. I announce again to all the participants to please open your camera before because we already want to start in 2 minutes. I repeat once to all the participants, please open your camera because we will start in 1 minute. We'll be waiting for 1 minute because in Makassar time it's 7 p.m. and we'll be waiting for Asan Isha. Thank you so much. So please to all the participants to prepare yourself and to open your camera. I announce again to all the participants, please open your camera. Thank you. Will be start. So please, to all the participants, to prepare yourself and to open the camera. Open your camera. Welcome again to all debaters and all the adjudicators. And now, I want to present the time for adjudicator to give their deliberation speech about this final round. But the result of the final round will be announced at the closing ceremony. So, for Mr. Yusran, as a head of adjudicators, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala who has given us a chance and time to come and gather in this special room. And let us also send salawat to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, who has given us many enlightening messages that make us happy here in this world and also in the hereafter. Okay, Honorable Vice Dean of Hasanuddin University, Professor Sukri Paluturi, PhD, and also here in this room, I also have to mention Honorable Vice Dean of Student Academic Affairs and Financial Affairs, that is Professor Acho Wahyu, is also here to witness the debate during the final round. And also, I'm so happy to mention the head of the committee, Mrs. Balkis, Dr. Balkis, as the head of the committee during these English debates. And also, I have to mention the chairpersons, all of the committee who has given a lot of efforts to make this debate to be successful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you the compositions of the adjudicators during the final round. So during the final round, we plan to have 9 adjudicators, but unfortunately only 5 adjudicators that could have time, so that finally, to make this final round to be fair, we choose adjudicators from outside Unhas. So it's going to be really fair enough for all of us that we choose 1 adjudicators from Gorontalo, 1 adjudicators from Polytechnic Sambas, and another adjudicators is from Muhammadiyah University, right, Bu Balkis? Surakarta University, yeah. So this is going to be really fair. The 3 adjudicators from 3 different areas. 4 different areas, including the host here. I myself, Muhammad Isran Amir, as the head of adjudicators, maybe because when I was in a bachelor degree, me and also Arifa, as the champion of English debating of Hasanuddin University at the time. So I am the head of the adjudicators to be have much experience to judge these competitions to be fair enough. And I would like to congratulate to the 2 groups who has finally reached the final debate. That is 1 group from University of Pajajaran, and another university is from Nutrition Department, Hasanuddin University Public Health Faculty. And we have reached the decisions about who is the winner of, who is the champion of the English debate for today, but we will make a report after the official ceremony in a moment. That's all. My reports, the conditions of the debating contest to all of the participants and also all of the adjudicators and also people who are watching our live event in this Natalies Unhas Public Health Faculty. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Mr. Yusran, head of adjudicators, and to all the adjudicators for your deliberation. And then I would like to say congratulations for all debaters that have been competing until this now. You are doing great, and that's such a good debate. And thank you for all debaters and all the audience in this debate. And I will close this final round now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give it back to the master of ceremony.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The closing ceremony will be starting shortly. Please stand by. The Honorable Vice Dean for Student and Alumni Affairs of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, and also Vice Dean for Finance in Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University. The Honorable all the educators that invited from various universities in Indonesia. The Honorable all the delegates, participants, and audience from universities from Indonesia that participated in this competition. Welcome to closing ceremony of English debate competition. This event is organized by the committee of this Natalies of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University. Let me introduce myself. I'm Vicky as the Master of Ceremony. It's an honor for me as a Master of Ceremony to handle this closing ceremony. The main agenda in this closing ceremony today are: first, opening by Master of Ceremony; second, door prize session and message from one of adjudicators; announcement of winners; closing speech and closing English debate competition officially by the Vice Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, and closing. Before we go into the first agenda, let us open this closing ceremony by saying Basmalah. Let us start into the agendas. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is door prize session. This agenda will be led by the head of Public Health Undergraduate Study Program, to Mrs. Dr. Surya SKM MKS. Time's yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have seen how fierce and the debate and how tight the competition between teams. At the end, in every contest, there is a winner. And luckily, in this event, there is a door prize season. We choose one lucky person to get a prize contains merchandise from Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, with criteria is an audience who stay tuned until the end of the competition and view the program during 2 days. And the person who have chosen to win the door prize goes to Mrs. Rosdiana Bunga. Congratulations. Okay. And the second announcement is the most favorite team. Which team is the most favorite based on highest votes and on Instagram and also the channel YouTube Live Apa FKM and also the channel YouTube from Faculty of Public Health. Which team is the most favorite? This team also choose from the audience after they promote their teams. And for the most favorite team goes to Politeknik Negeri Sambas 2. Congratulations. And the last notice is the best speaker. There is one person from all of the team that participate in this event, which is chosen as the best speaker. And the prize goes to Olivia Anindya from ULM, University of Lambung Mangkurat. Congratulations. we would like to say congratulations for all of the winner. May this could motivate all of you to get more achievement and keep trying to do the best on yourself. That's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To Mrs. Dr. Surya SKM MKS, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a little message from a representative from the educators. I would like to invite Mrs. Dwi Lina Suswardani SKM MPH to deliver this agenda. Please. Time's yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Vice Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, Professor Sukri Paluturi SKM MKes MSc PhD, along with the other Vice Dean, the head of departments, and staff who are attending this closing ceremony. The Honorable and the hardworking, as well as caring committee from the head of Scientific Committee, Ibu Balkis, and every person who involved in preparing and conducting this English debate competition. Also special mention for all the debating teams, you are awesome. And of course, for all the audiences, there is a saying, without you audiences, this event will not be as cheerful as it is. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening, everyone. Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. May peace and blessing upon Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. On behalf of all judges, I highlighted our educator coordinator, Mr. Yusron Amir. There are 9 judges, including me from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Central Java, Politeknik Negeri Sambas, West Kalimantan, Poltekkes Mamuju, West Sulawesi, Universitas Sriwijaya, South Sumatra, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, and of course, judges from home university, Universitas Hasanuddin, South Sulawesi. For your information, almost 70% of the judges are from outside of Unhas and from 4 different islands and 6 provinces. This shows the serious effort of the committee to provide trustworthiness and fairness of this debate competition. It's one of among other efforts of the committee to maintain good quality competition. MashaAllah. Please give a big round of applause to the committee of FKN Unhas. I am honored to speak now on behalf of all the judges. So we would like to thank the committee for inviting us to judge on this Tuesday and Wednesday events. We really enjoyed the event and the judging process, as well as happy to be accompanied by the hospitality of the committee and brilliant participants. MashaAllah. We were also grateful and amazed by the amount and quality of arguments the debate participants had put into their debate, and the quality of their approach and speeches. Everyone who took part has much to be proud of. We judges encourage all participants to continue improving your skills and critical thinking, debating, avoiding logical fallacies at all stages, and choosing the best data and level of evidences you use to support your arguments in the future debate competition. In addition, choosing overall winner was tough, as every team excelled in different areas and ways. But the discussion process in assessing the teams and choosing the winner was energizing and quite administratively easy because the committee provided detailed indicators of the assessment. However, I would like to recommend the committee to add one more indicator of assessment, which is the quality or level of evidence used by the debating team. I believe this will improve the quality of the arguments and inspire a stronger, evidence-based public health policy in the future, when all of these outstanding student participants become the leader of our beloved country. Before I close my short speech, on behalf of all judges, please accept our sincere apologies if there were any shortfall or demerit of the adjudicators. Last but not least, happy 39th anniversary Public Health Faculty Hasanuddin University. I wish to extend my best wishes to FKM Unhas for its continued path to success in achieving its vision and mission in the coming years. And congratulations again for all the winners and participants. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wow, thank you. Very nice. Excellent. Perfecto.
To Mrs. Dwi Lina Suswardani, SKM MPH, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the announcement of all the winners in this English debate competition. This agenda will be delivered by the coordinator of adjudicators to Mr. Muhammad Yusran Amir, SKM MPH. Time's yours.
Iya, enggak. Saya lupa bawa jas. I forgot to bring my. In the name of Allah, most beneficial and most merciful, Alhamdulillah, we meet again in this very beautiful place, and also send to blessings and to our beloved Prophet Muhammad SAW, peace be upon him, who has guided us from the, who has guided us and also give us an enlightening example to be followed, so that we will be happy here and also in the hereafter. Thank you very much to all of the adjudicators who has participated from the first of this debating contest until the final round that has been ended before Maghrib in Central Time of Indonesia. So I would like to announce to all of the participants and also to the Vice Dean of Student Affairs and Alumni Affairs that today I will announce the winner of this debate. Let us begin from the fourth winner. So the third first. All right. There is no four. All right. We are going to directly go to the third winner. The score is 84.47. Goes to University of Lambung Mangkurat, Borneo. Congratulations for the group of Lambung Mangkurat University. You reached the point 84.47 and you have the right to be the third winner of this competition. Congratulations. And this is a very tense moment that the 5 adjudicators have reached final conclusions and who will be the winner for today's event. And we are really very fair to judge so that there is no conflict of interest. And in this beautiful moment, I would like to announce the second winner of this debating contest goes to Hasanuddin University Nutrition Department, Public Health Faculty. Goes to be the second winner. And the first winners or the champions of this English debating of this Natalies Public Health Faculty, Hasanuddin University, goes to Pajajaran University, as 5 of the adjudicators give all of the adjudicators with anonymous decisions. It means no adjudicators gives all of them agree that the winner is Pajajaran University for this event. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to say congratulations to all the winners that announced today. And also thank you to Mr. Muhammad Isran, SKM MPH. The next, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the symbolic prize giving to all the winners. In this event will be given by the Vice Dean of Student and Alumni Affairs to give the prize. Okay, so the next agenda. So the next agenda is the symbolic prize giving to all the winners. In this event will be given symbolized by the Vice Dean of Finance, Prof. Acho, to give the prize to the head of committee, Ms. Balkis, symbolically, and it will be distributed to all winners from committee. Please take a place.
Oh, di sana. Satu, dua, tiga. Satu, dua. Cepat. Pak, cukup mana? Gara-gara. Ya. Itu kan juaranya deh, juara satu. Tidak.
So after this event, the committee will distribute the prize to all the winners.
Harus
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so the next agenda is I would like to invite one of the member from the first winner, Universitas Pajajaran, to tell us the victory speech, please. For Universitas Pajajaran, please.
Nah, memang saya.
Okay, is my voice clear? Okay, I hope it's clear ya. Okay, so assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good evening everyone. To the honorable judges, chairs, and also the committee of Faculty of Public Health Hasanuddin University. First of all, I want to say my gratitude and thank you for the opportunity for me to speak in the winning speech. So first of all, probably I want to say thank you so much to the adjudication core, 5 of the adjudicator in grand final for giving us the opportunity and chances to have the winning. And we also want to say congratulations to the second winner, which is Universitas Hasanuddin, for having the second winner. I think all of this event will not be succeeded well if not being held by the committee. So also want to cheer and say thank you, a lot of our gratitude to the committee of the competition to be able to conduct such a wonderful competition. Probably last thing that I want to say in the speech is that all the successful may go to Faculty of Public Health. I actually have some friends in University of Hasanuddin that tell me to join this competition. So yeah, I think may all of the successful and preceding gratitude also went to Faculty of Public Health, to all of the lecturers, to all of the students who are actually learning in Faculty of Public Health to be able to proliferate in educational spectrum, especially in public speaking English. So yeah, I think that's all for me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. Back to the MC. Thank you.
Kira 2,5 M.
So to the representative of the winners, we would like to say thank you very much. So based on the slide, we look at the slide. So for the first place, for the first winner will earn a prize. So the prize is 2.5 million rupiah. So for the first place, you'll earn 2.5 million rupiah. So and the second place, Universitas Hasanuddin will earn 2 million rupiah. And the last place or the third place will earn 1 million rupiah. Okay, so that's all for all the prize. And ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the closing speech and closing officially English debate competition. This will be delivered by Vice Dean for the Student and Alumni Affairs of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, to Professor Sukri Badutri, SKM MPS, MSc PhD. Time's yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good evening, Honorable Vice Dean for Finance, Planning and Resources, all educators that mentioned one by one, Dina Sus Wardani, SKM MPH, from University Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Nurbaya from Poltekkes Kemenkes Mamuju, Republic of Indonesia, Andi Imam Arun Dana SDZ MPH from Hasanuddin University, and Muhammad Yusran Amir SKM MPH from Hasanuddin University. As you know, Mr. Yusran is a PhD candidate. Now, Dr. Laksiman Menkes from the Universitas Gorontalo, Dr. Sri Manopita Patida MKes PhD from Universitas Gorontalo, Dr. Herawati Idris from Unsri, Marini SGZ MPH from Hasanuddin University, and the last one is educators is Marti Prihartini ST MT from Poltekkes Sambas. And then also I would like to thank to all organizing committee, participants. It is very grateful and happy to be here in the closing ceremony in the English debate competition. So this activity actually is a part of the 39th anniversary of Public Health Hasanuddin University, and then this is a routine program which is conducted every year. So I do hope the person or team who are not successful for the session, I think you have to prepare more, and then I do hope you can join for the next agenda. On behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University, I would like to thank to all of you, and then very happy to be here, and then thank you very much. And let's to close this evening by reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To Professor Sukri Paluturi, SKM, MKes, MSc, PhD, thank you. We would like to say congratulations to all the winners today. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's English debate competition has been organized by the committee of this Natalies, Faculty of Public Health, Hasanuddin University. We have so much fun and entertaining activities. Also, we would like to thank to all the audience and participated in this event. We have reached to the end of this closing ceremony. Let us close this closing ceremony by saying Hamdalah. Thank you very much for all the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we would like to request to all the participants that stay in the Zoom. So please turn on the video because we have another session after this. Thank you. There are photo sessions, so please turn on the camera. All the participants in the Zoom and all the educators, teams, participants, maybe could turn on the video, because we will have a photo session. Yeah, please turn on the camera. Okay, count from, ready? Siapa yang SS? Okay, count from. Yeah, everyone's ready? Okay, camera on. Count from 3, 2, 1. Once again, maybe. Count from 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, so it's the end of the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.